Hey, hey, what it do? What it do? So listen, I gotta get caught up. It's a lot going on. A lot going on up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind up in here. And then your president, Lord, baby, she was never lying when she said this wasn't. I'm okay. I didn't get a chance to put my disclaimer. I need for y'all to hear what's going on in Israel. Why Trump want to make us think that it's all gravy, everything good, we winning, we winning. Nah, dog. We are on alert. You understand? We, the people, are on high alert. Cause I don't know what they thought this was gonna be with Iran, but they ain't going. Hey, naturally. Hey, Janet. I hope, I hope my systems. They said my router and modem wasn't connecting. Child, ain't no telling. But listen, I need for y'all to listen. It is a lot going on, and they saying that what
Take
Trump.
care. They're going to get there. They've got the ghost of Charlie.
Girl, I ain't ready for you just yet. They trying to say that's cute of her though. I wish I'd have.
Direct the ghost of
Girl,
Charlie.
hold
Why are
up,
you...
hold on. I'm trying to get. I'll be back. Candace, she trying to get it off, ain't she? Yeah, but they trying to say what they was doing. Ooh, Louis Farrakhan.
Conservatives who are considered.
They trying to say that what they did in 911, these red flags, these fake flags, uh, having folk think that other folk blew up 911, the Twin Towers, and it really wasn't them. They saying that's what's going. Trump should not have went along with Israel. Yeah, but uh, did he have a choice? I was talking to Max a while ago last night when I was thinking, sometimes y'all, I just can't come back. One, if my lights ain't right, and then two, I gotta kind of think things through. Things gotta make sense to me, and I know, but I'm kind of beginning to think about hell, some of them spots, because they saying Iranians are going to release a video of Trump doing some ungodly things to, you know. And if that's the case, hey Joe, I'm saying, could he, because this just a bunch of random shooting. Could it be that where he is destroying places where some illegal military camps and shit, kind of like what Candace been telling us? Where did that girl have that? Where did Romania? All these places in these foreign countries where they was doing this illegal brothel stuff with minors. Could some of those places have been targeted hits to demolish of what may be in the second part of them Epstein files? Have we stopped to think that? Because there's a whole, 3.4 mil or however mil documents that have not been released that really is going to shine light and blow the horn on Trump. Could some of these places, targeted hits, be locations where those military bases are? I'm kind of beginning to think. Let me hear what Farrakhan is saying right quick.
Warmongers. If Mr. Trump goes the way he is presently
Could
going,
be. Never thought about.
it
Yeah.
would be like taking the Honorable Elijah Muhammad
Just shooting
said that we're in
bunkers.
a period called the lull before the storm. The storm is World War III, or what
Says
is called in
77.
the Bible the War of Armageddon.
Right.
In that war, which is
I hope we voted
prophesied,
today, y'all.
can't make the prophets liars. Everything that they prophesied in both the Bible and Quran are going to come to pass. So the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, knowing that there was a political dynamic at the time that he wrote this article, The Lull Before the Storm, he said, who the Honorable Elijah
Okay.
Muhammad
Shout out to Farrakhan. Shout out to our Farrakhan. Gotta love him. But let me get to what I was hearing. Baby, these people over in Israel was saying today. Oh, and we gonna have to hear what China said. I told y'all baby, hold on, listening to him.
Iran, please stop. We lose, you win. Please stop. Please, Iran, forgive us. Please.
Iran, forgive us.
Please, leave me alone.
Israel is the only country for us.
Sir, can you tell us what happened here? Iran, please stop. We lose, you win. Please stop. Please, Iran, forgive us. Please, stop the destruction. Please, leave me alone.
Israel is the only country for us.
Baby, do they act like they winning to you? I mean, they was crying. They was crying, baby. And I see missiles chasing after. What are you saying? Hold on. What are you saying?
Pedophile regime. Yes, you heard that right. Iran state media just announced that they had fired hypersonic missiles at the American pedophile regime. Yes, you heard that right.
Right there.
We have active leaders of foreign nations and their military and their media putting out public statements about how they are at war with the Epstein class. They are at war with an elite network of pedophiles. And you want to know who said that this ends now? It's Putin.
Putin. Russia.
Putin's the one who came out and told the world that the West is a bunch of evil, elite vampire scums who literally drink the blood of children.
Are y'all listening to what y'all good
reign
here?
in power is coming to an end, and it's coming to an end very soon.
Are y'all listening to what y'all good here? Because I saw a couple of weeks ago where Putin was saying about the wars and that the crimes against humanity, and he was also saying that they are feeding the people, well, feeding them their own people. He said that. It was a couple of weeks ago. So now to hear this today, and I'm saying, okay, let's.
Iran state media just announced that they had fired hypersonic missiles at the American pedophile regime. Yes, you heard that right.
Military.
We have active leaders of foreign nations and their military and their media putting out public statements about how they are at war with the Epstein class. They are at war with an elite network of pedophiles. And you want to know who said that this ends now? It's Putin. Putin's the one who came out and told the world that the West is a bunch of evil, elite vampire scums who literally drink the blood of children, and their reign and power is coming to an end, and it's coming to an end very soon. The world's done putting up with
That's so
America's pedophile
barbaric.
class. It doesn't work for anybody. It doesn't work for fucking
Hey,
anybody.
Monty.
Our government is a rogue, corrupt bunch of fucking pedophiles, and the entire world
Sad
knows it.
and
Now
embarrassing.
they're firing hypersonics at it. How many more of our children is Trump going to get killed today is the question. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments.
Yeah, because I don't know if I can show these missiles, baby, but this missile was chasing after a U.S. plane.
Iran state media just announced that they had fired hypersonic missiles at the American pedophile regime. Yes, you heard that right. We have active leaders of foreign nations and their military and their media putting out public statements about how they are at war with the Epstein class. They are at war with an elite network of pedophiles. And you want to know who said that this ends now? It's Putin. Putin's the one who came out and told the world that the West is a bunch of evil, elite vampire scums who literally drink the blood of children, and their reign and power is coming to an end, and it's coming to an end very soon. The world's done putting up with America's pedophile class. It doesn't work for anybody. It doesn't work for fucking humanity. Our government is a rogue, corrupt bunch of fucking pedophiles, and the entire world knows it. And now they're firing hypersonics at it. How many more of our children have been killed today is the question. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments.
Hypersonics. Shout out to Don Lemon, standing on business. He won, I think, 2 NAACP awards. I'm gonna tap on that in a minute. Hold on, y'all. Yeah. Hey, y'all. Oh yeah. They not playing. I was supposed to play this on the next go around, but child, I'm over here now. Y'all know I can't. Hold on. Y'all know I'm over here now, child. Power to child. Hold on. Is this one? I also saw where great coverage. Thank you. I don't know if I can show these missiles in these because they blow up. But baby, they
Target damaged. Target destroyed.
power, and this was Iran. I mean, the whole you could see. Hold on, you could see a person a parachute jump with the parachute, and then I saw somewhere else where somebody had got. Where was that? Was that Kuwait? Parachute. They had made it to the ground, and they was trying to, beat him. Was finna put a stick to him, and then he had to say no.
You want to have war?
No. I'm American. Yeah, this is Trump's fault. But hold on.
You will get war. If you want to destroy China, you will be destroyed. If you want to impose nuclear war on China, you will be wiped out by nuclear war. This is very serious. China's policy is very clear. China will not fire the first shot, but China will not allow you to fire the second shot. If you have not watched the Victory Day parade in Beijing on September the 3rd, one of the weapons China demonstrated is a missile with all the warheads. We call it 61 because it can contain 60 nuclear warheads plus 1 hydrogen bomb. Now, in the world of today, let me tell you, which country has hydrogen bomb? China is the only country with hydrogen bomb. And that ICBM can cover every corner of the world in less than 20 minutes and destroy any target in any corner of the world without any possibility of being intercepted. I hope Washington has learned the lesson. If you want to have war, you will get war. If you want to destroy China, you will be destroyed. If you want to impose nuclear war on China, you will be wiped out by nuclear war. This is very serious. China's policy is very clear. China will not fire the first shot, but China will not allow you to fire the second shot. If you have not watched the...
They've told us this before. I showed y'all this before.
On September the 3rd, one of the weapons China demonstrated is a missile with all the warheads. We call it 61 because it can contain 60 nuclear warheads plus 1 hydrogen bomb. Now, in the world of today, let me tell you, which country has hydrogen bomb? China is the only country with hydrogen bomb. And that ICBM can cover every corner of the world in less than 20 minutes and destroy any target in any corner of the world without any possibility of being intercepted.
What that
I
mean to
hope
y'all?
Washington has learned the lesson.
He
If
said
you
he
want
hope
to have war,
he
you will
hope
get
we've
war.
learned the lesson.
If you want to destroy China, you will be destroyed. If you want to impose nuclear war on China, you will be wiped out by nuclear war. This is very
All of this
serious.
because
China's
of the
policy is
Epstein
very
files.
clear. China will not fire the first shot, but China will not allow you to fire the second shot. If you have not watched the Victory Day parade in Beijing on September the 3rd, one of the weapons China demonstrated is a missile with all the warheads. We call it 61 because it can contain 60 nuclear warheads plus one hydrogen bomb. Now, in the world of today, let me tell you, which country has hydrogen bomb?
None.
China is the only country with hydrogen.
Yeah.
And that ICBM can cover every corner of the world.
Yeah. Yeah. So then I came down here. This is what we finna be listening to.
USA, Blake Neff and Mikey McCoy, the amazing Mikey McCoy, saying that Charlie would have supported this war and the president publicly. Of course, they love the ghost of Charlie. I mean, all roads are pointing to I was right. Charlie was a problem. He was an inconvenience, and he was removed by Israel. That's the vibe I'm getting. We're going to dive right back into the bride of Charlie. You're not even going to believe who Charlie claims
Hey, Daryl.
Erika is related to. Let's jump right back into
Who is related
the
to?
Erpenbeck vibes, unbelievably. And we're also going to take a look at the mystery of where she went away to for 8 months. Join us using the link below.
Okay, y'all ready? Y'all ready? Y'all ready to go to Cousin Candy? Y'all, we ready? Are we ready? Y'all, please hit the like button coming in. Are we ready to get down? Yes. Ain't that, wasn't that a cheer? Are we ready to go blow down? I can't remember, Lord. Them cheerleading days and yeah. Let's go. I'm ready to go because, baby, it's a bunch going on up in here. And I need to get something to eat. So let's go. Without further ado.
All right, you guys, happy Monday. It's looking like war with Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, war with Iran. I don't know how many.
I gotta reset it. Come on. I gotta reposition some things. We don't know how. What now? Say what now?
Goya must die for the Khazarian Empire to be reinstalled. But can I just say that they really did a good job gaslighting us last year, didn't they? They just lied. It's amazing how they lied.
I never believed
you guys
them.
are panicins. That's what they called us, panicins. After Operation Midnight Hammer, which was Trump agreeing on a limited strike on Iran's nuclear sites. We told you the truth back then. They wanted a full-scale war. That's what Bibi wanted. That's what the Zionists around Trump wanted. And the one person who stood between America's involvement with a full-scale war in Iran was Charlie Kirk. It was Charlie Kirk. He was at the White House, and he convinced Trump that it was a terrible idea that would crater his support and ruin his legacy. Bibi and his minions, they were angry about that. Charlie Kirk, 31-year-old, he's the person that's stopping us from getting what we want. It is my personal belief that that is the very reason that they colluded to have that obstacle eventually removed just months later. That's what my timeline reveals
And
to me.
for all the
And it is
little
very likely a
ones
plan was set in
also.
motion after Charlie beat Bibi's desires at the White House. Now, I believe on the basis of evidence that Charlie's murder was likely a very sophisticated military operation
Yep.
that was meant, and here's the funny part, this is how insane these people are, ironically, they wanted his murder to galvanize American support behind Israel. That was their plan. That's why Bibi immediately got on the air to remind you all how much he loved Israel, right? They wanted to all get out there and say that because they didn't want us to learn that Charlie had actually abandoned their cause entirely.
Yep.
So Charlie was removed, and in his place, We got a Shabbat Shalomin, not so grieving widow. This is the book my Charlie wanted you to read. He just finished it. He loves the Jews. He just finished speaking about how much he loves to Shabbat and to Shalom and to say daddy's home and to throw down his phone, Barry Weiss. It's just incredible when you think about it all coming together.
Shabbat
Who are
shalom.
you, Erika
Throw
Kirk?
down
I
your
seek to
phone.
know.
Wait
Welcome
a
back
minute. She
to
got bars,
Finished It.
y'all.
He loves the Jews. He just finished speaking about how much he loves to Shabbat,
Hey,
and to
Reflections.
Shalom, and
Hey.
to say daddy's home, and to throw down his phone, Barry Weiss. It's just incredible when you think about it all coming together. Who are you, Erika Kirk? I seek to know. Welcome back to Bride of Charlie.
Let's
We have
go.
nothing to hide. Who are you, Erika Kirk? I seek to know. Welcome back to Bride of Charlie. We have nothing to hide.
Yeah, you do.
I'm going to be honest. There are some words that I want to echo out like a battle cry. Here they are.
President Donald Trump has said, I will not allow Iran to get a nuclear weapon because he has said when crazy people have weapons of unthinkable violence, you have to deal in reality. The longer I live, the more I realize that puritanical, ideological approaches to situations like this are not helpful. On one side is the Lindsey Graham, John Bolton types, where they are actively calling
Oh,
for
is he
regime
calling
change.
them out?
Here is
Hold
the
on.
more I realize that puritanical,
He put a name on it?
ideological approaches to situations like this are not helpful. On one side is the Lindsey Graham, John Bolton types, where they are actively calling for regime change. Is the Lindsey Graham, John Bolton types, where they are actively calling for regime change. Here is Lindsey Graham. And this is just lunacy. We want to go all in and take out the regime. It's time for us to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen and start a new chapter in the Middle East. And that sounds good, doesn't it? But what have we learned when it comes to wars, and especially wars in the Middle East? What you draw up on a whiteboard rarely happens. What you think theoretically is going to occur, there might be unintended and unforeseen consequences, especially when you're talking about a country 2.5 times the size of Texas. It has 90 million people and was an ancient and great power with well over a dozen ethnic groups. Who's going to run the country exactly, Lindsey Graham? This sounds like Hillary Rodham Clinton in Libya. So I'm pointing to the first extreme right now, the neoconservative extreme. We must go take off the head of the snake right now. And Donald Trump is doing a phenomenal job of resisting these calls for regime change. Yeah, the Ayatollah is awful, but maybe he's one of the few guys that can keep that country together and not have a 90 million person civil war. Lindsey Graham is so consistently out of his mind, it's hard to even comprehend. I honestly don't think the neoconservative extreme needs to be represented philosophically anymore. It's uninteresting to me. They've done a mess of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, the entire Middle East, Ukraine. We know what the neoconservatives believe.
He damn sure predicted this before, because y'all remember he put him out.
Oh, Charlie.
Trump put him out, told him to get out. Get out. Yeah, I remember that. He told him to get out when he told him not to buy. Back in June, he told him before, do not do this. He was beginning to see some things. And what's his name? Bibi Netanyahu was like, I'll give you $100 million. Turn the other way. Let me bribe you. Let me put the money, the root of evil we need for you to go to the next phase with this. Charlie said no. All of a sudden, Then come to Israel. Let me talk to you face to face. Charlie said, hell no. Hell to the no. To the no, no, no. Yeah. So what he was saying, he was absolutely correct. He peeped it. Oh, what happened? Come on, let's go.
Of his mind, it's hard to even comprehend. I honestly don't think the neoconservative extreme needs to be represented philosophically anymore. It's uninteresting to me. They've done a mess of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, the entire Middle East, Ukraine. We know what the neoconservatives believe.
Oh, Charlie, if only you knew that they're trying to convince us that the legacy of Turning Point USA is actually neocons. Neocons will be opening for AMFES.
Thank
People
you,
that want war.
Monty.
People who are cheering about regime change in Iran today are the very people that your wife is going to hand over the keys to. Trying to convince us that that wasn't your perspective, that you didn't have issues with these people philosophically and morally, right? Moral blackmail, what these people were doing to you in the end. By the way, have we heard anything from that new CEO and chairman of Turning Point USA? Any statement over the weekend underscoring what Charlie's beliefs were? She loved Charlie, which, like I said, explains why she must have invited all of his enemies to sort of hostilely take over what he built. These people are shameless. So shameless, in fact, that over the weekend, his quote-unquote best friends, despite us being able to clearly hear what Charlie felt about Iran, about the idea of regime change in Iran, his best friends, the amazing McCoy and, of course, wargaming Blake Neff, actually got into his studio and shared this. Take a listen.
He also always did have trust with the president, and he would look for the bright side of things. And he was an American patriot, so he would pray for our success once that began. And I just want to say that to offer perspective on how I think he would have felt about this. And that's not to use Charlie as a shield. That is not to say everything just revolves around him, because he's not with us anymore. But I know all of us are feeling the lack of Charlie in a moment like this, because he was a natural leader of the movement.
Well, I think that's also, like, as soon as all this broke out, you saw that social media immediately went to go find Charlie clips, because he still is, even in death, like the leading voice on a matter like this.
Well, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and it makes me upset, though, because for these people that didn't actually know Charlie, like you said, in private, he would be not happy with the situation. And he would express his thoughts. You would oftentimes see him talk about it on the show. But then as soon as this would happen, he would have trust in the president. He would try to calm people down. And so it's really irritating for me to see so many people on social media have the opposite reaction, to use his voice to actually cause chaos,
to tell the truth,
cause fear of the situation, to actually cause hatred of President Trump in this whole ordeal, when actually that's not what he would want.
Oh my God.
I was dead and now I'm alive, not because of anything I've done, but because everything he's done.
God is going to provide. It really is just amazing to watch it. It's shameless, like I said. It's just shameless. They don't even care. They're going to get there. They got the ghost of Charlie. Aha, we can direct the ghost of Charlie. Why are you sharing these old clips of him as if he would have stood against the president, even though he literally stood against the president and told him not to go to war with Iran? Trust me, if he would have been here, he would have been supportive of what the president is doing, which was explicitly against what Charlie shared in his own words. Shameless. Like Erika, having been slated to record something alongside Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro. No one even believed me. I tweeted that about a month ago. That they were slated to record something ahead of the Super Bowl. I don't know if it was for the Super Bowl, but it was just ahead of the Super Bowl at Mar-a-Lago. And last second, whatever they were going to record got canceled in the umpteenth hour. She was teaming up with Ben Shapiro and Bibi Netanyahu. And then maybe somebody was like, hey, this isn't a good idea. Because she loved Charlie. She loved him like Lyndon Baines Johnson loved JFK. No time to grieve. She needed to be sworn in as the new leader before his body was even cold. In case you didn't know this, LBJ was actually a crypto Jew, as they term it, a Jewish gangster. Crypto Jew, to be sure. More on that later. We'll talk more about that later. But first, let's recap what some of these characters that we've been introducing to you on Bride of Charlie. Let's recap them because it's good to remind ourselves of all of the people that are in this very elaborate story. First and foremost, we introduced to you guys last week Dr. Jerry Fraunce. She's like Dr. Jerry Fraunce-Steen is what I'm going to call her. That is the first wife of Erika's father, Kent Fraunce. By the way, I then learned that they were married. I don't even know if I'm saying this right. Baha'i Temple in Chicago. That is where they were married. Just dropping that little tidbit for you guys. Dr. Jerry, we learned, was raised, these are her words, not mine, in a strict Mormon household. I guess then she must have become Baha'i. She was knocked up at the age of 14, married by the age of 14, a bookie turned psychologist, creator of the Tesseract model, Radford University, gave her a research center, a gender research center. And guys, I forgot to mention this to you, but Radford University, their seal and their yearbook is the Beehive. I can't make it up. I cannot.
I'm sorry,
make it
I'm
up.
gonna have to pull it back some.
Anyway,
Hold on.
back to Jerry. We also learned that she worked with the DuPont Chemicals.
Hold on.
DuPont Chemicals is a psychologist. She also worked
Had
with
to
the
go
Bush
give me something
family,
to
and
eat.
she conducted, which we'll get into later, gender research specifically in Eastern Europe.
Hold on.
Amazing. So many ties to Eastern Europe, Bosnia. We're going to get into that.
Hey,
Another
Cynthia.
character that we introduced you to was Uncle Jack, Uncle Jack Solomon.
Hold on.
He is married to Erika's aunt, Carla Solomon. He graduated
I'ma
from
back
what is
it up some,
today
y'all.
UVU, or at least that's what his resume says. His sharing these old clips of him as if he would have stood against the president, even though he literally stood against the president and told him not to go to war with Iran. Trust me, if he would have been here, he would have been supportive of what the president is doing, which was
Hi, Kevin.
explicitly against what Charlie
What woman
shared
is evil?
in his own words. Shameless.
What woman
Like
is
Erika,
evil?
having been
Hey,
slated
Cynthia.
to record something alongside Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Shapiro. No one even believes me. I tweeted that about a month ago. They were slated to record something ahead of the Super Bowl. I don't know if it was for the Super Bowl, but it was just ahead of the Super Bowl at Mar-a-Lago. And last second, whatever they were going to record got canceled in the umpteenth hour. She was teaming up with Ben Shapiro and Bibi Netanyahu. And then maybe somebody was like, hey, this isn't a good idea. Because she loved Charlie. She loved him like Lyndon Baines Johnson loved JFK. No time to grieve. She needed to be sworn in as the new leader before his body was even cold. In case you didn't know this, LBJ was actually a crypto Jew, as they term it, a Jewish gangster. Crypto Jew, to be sure. More on that later. We'll talk more about that later. But first, let's recap what some of these characters that we've been introducing to you on Bride of Charlie. Let's recap them because it's good to remind ourselves of all of the people that are in this very elaborate story. First and foremost, we introduced to you guys last week Dr. Jerry Fraunce. She's like Dr. Jerry Fraunce-Steen is what I'm going to call her. That is the first wife of Erika's father.
Let me take this down so we can get into it. Yeah, her. First wife.
Kent Fraunce. By the way, I then learned that they were married. I don't even know if I'm saying this right. Baha'i Temple in Chicago. That is where they were married. Just dropping that little tidbit for you guys. Dr. Jerry, we learned, was raised, these are her words, not mine, in a strict Mormon household. I guess then she must have become Baha'i. She was knocked up at the age of 14, married by the age of 14,
Lord.
a bookie turned
Munching. I had to give
psychologist,
me some.
creator of the Tesseract model, Radford University, gave her a research center, a gender research center. And guys, I forgot to mention this to you, but Radford University, their seal and their yearbook is the Beehive. I can't make it up. I cannot make it up. Anyway, back to Jerry. We also learned that she worked with the DuPont Chemicals. So DuPont Chemicals is a psychologist. She also worked with the Bush family, and she conducted, which we'll get into later, gender research specifically in Eastern Europe. Amazing. So many ties to Eastern Europe, Bosnia. We're going to get into that. Another character.
I wouldn't be
that we
surprised
introduced
if
you
some of
was
these
Uncle
spots
Jack,
that
Uncle
got
Jack
blown
Solomon.
up are the military bases that had the stuff going on. But carry on.
And He is married to Erika's aunt, Carla Solomon.
Her
He
aunt,
graduated
mama.
from what is today UVU, or at least that's what his resume says, his bio that he's given throughout speeches and his involvement. It was formerly called the State College, so it was Utah Valley State College, US, CS. He helped to build the UVU campus as a board member for UVU Center for Jewish Studies, professor of political science at BYU. I should mention, Jack was also the founder of what is today known as Valley Technologies. He's relevant because we're going to be speaking a lot about the casino connection to a lot of people. And Zion's Gate in Israel is his family's dedication, not Erika's, but his family's dedication. And of course, probably the one that took us on the greatest journey is Lori Abbas Stanley, Erika's mom, Lori Abbas Stanley Wallstad Fransve Gwinta. She's even divorced from Larry Gwinta, however you say that. We'll just leave it here because we're going to build on her today. But corporations are coming out of her ear. She's got so many companies, and then they are never filing on time, and they've got to be shuttered. Her first marriage, by the way, because some people messaged and asked, was to a man that sort of disappeared into the military. His name he actually passed away, James Melvin Stanley. Here's a photo of him. I am struck by how much he looks like Brigitte. I just want to say that. This is the only photo I could find of James Melvin Stanley, her first husband. She got married to him, I believe, when she was 19 years old. But I looked at this and I went, mad. This looks like Brigitte.
Really do.
It's like a little funny little side thing. That's her first husband. She then married John Robert Wallstad. Not yet have a photo of him.
Ooh,
Just
I'm
know
so
that where
sorry.
Lori goes, fraud follows. Lotteries, casinos, gambling. These are familial themes, which we're going to build upon today. So let's keep with Lori. On Friday, we let you guys know that Erika's mother, Lori, has always used an Erpenbeck brother on her paperwork. He's signing things for her, helping her to form these many corporations. Rick Erpenbeck is his name, whose brother Bill did over 2 decades in prison for financial fraud.
One of them names that Trump used to be doing business at.
Threatening to kill a sister, burying cash on a golf course, just run-of-the-mill stuff, you know? And Rick's father, Tony, tried to arrange for the kidnapping and murder of some kids because he was upset that he was getting time in prison. And yeah, like I said, run-of-the-mill stuff for a family. But one of you guys emailed us and alerted us to something pretty interesting. But we were kind of imagining whether or not they still had a relationship today. We can now confirm that it's not just Lori who was close to Rick, but Erika is close to Rick as well. Now, I want to be clear. Rick Erpenbeck did not do any time in prison. He said, I was a young college student. I don't know why my dad transferred me all of this money. And I'm very close with my brother Bill. He was honest about the fact that he's close with his brother Bill throughout his testimony. This is his family, but he didn't do nothing and he don't know where this money came from. It's a story. He's sticking to it. He did not serve any time. Important to stress that. Like I said, I don't know that I would be super close with a family like that. Full stop. Well, you should know that Erika considers Rick to be her uncle. Like, again, she could just
Uncle,
be saying
Daddy.
uncle.
Oh,
like, when you
Lord.
get close to someone, they've been around you your whole life. That's my
Daddy,
Uncle Rick.
Papa.
But that's the reality. If her Instagram is to believed, if her Instagram account is to be believed, then you should know that she's very close to this person, because on December 1st, 2018, she went down to Universal Studios. You should know that that's where Rick works. And Erika documented that trip. She's with her mom. She's always with Lori. Lori's always in the background. And here is, it's going to be very quick here because it's Instagram stories that she has saved. But you're going to see Uncle Rick. Take a look here.
Butterbeer? Butterbeer. When you pray and dream to be in show business, be specific.
Wait a minute.
Very quick here because it's Instagram stories that she has saved. But you're going to see Uncle Rick. Take a look here.
Butterbeer? When you pray and dream to be in show business, be specific.
By the way, I should mention he's high up at Universal. It makes me wonder if that could have been a potential pathway for her to win Miss Arizona in 2012, because NBC Universal Studios, they split ownership back in 2012. Trump owned half, and NBC Universal owned the other half of the pageant. Anyway, I have no proof of that. I'm just saying that that's an interesting tie that Rick is working over at Universal Studios. Now, like I said, for some people, proximity to criminals, non-starter. That's how I would say I live my life. Being close with your brother who tried to kill your sister probably wouldn't be my thing. Both Lori and Erika, it's fine, by the way. I do want to also add, that's one of my favorite things about, like, gangsters. Like, I'm looking at this family, like, who are the Urbanbecks? Because most people, if they have like a traffic ticket, they got to show it, they got a record, like, oh gosh, this is going to hurt my chances of getting a job. Urban Beck, kind of a big deal. $34 million went missing, and he's at the top of Universal Studios. Just incredible. I don't know. I feel like if my brother was like a Zodiac killer or something, I probably wouldn't be able to go down and work for Disney or Universal Studios. Anyway, moving on. We told you last week that someone sent us the remaining documents pertaining to Lori and Kent's mysterious divorce. Can't even get a decade for when this marriage happened. Just have no idea if it happened in the early 80s or if it happened in 1993. The prevailing narrative from the debunkers is that the initial filing, which I would like to remind you only had 4 statements of fact, it's a one-pager. It was simply a clerical error when they listed Erika's birthday as November 22nd rather than the 20th of November, which is the birthday that she has today. Now, to be clear, there was no cleric involved. It's a document filed by Lori, sitting down with her lawyer, reviewing it with her lawyer. And by the way, when you go into a courtroom, you have to swear the statements are true. You have to swear the statements are true. The birthday was what we showed you, also featured on 2 separation agreements authored in 1995 and authored in 1996. So separate documents. But we couldn't access the rest of them, and then I told you someone sent them to us, and we can now show you the remaining filings. We have, at first, I'm going to show you this joint shared parenting plan, which is, you can see, filled in by hand on January 8th. I'm going to go with 1998. That was my best guess. It's hard to tell since someone tried to edit it by hand again. This is real life, so you just do what you want there. But the point is that Erika's birthday is again listed as November 22nd, 1988, okay? Then came an amendment to the child support plan, which was drafted on September 10th of 1998. And it is, in my opinion, the most egregious of all the filings. I just want to show you this. There's no notary. There's no judge signing off on another page of it. It's really kind of just Lori. That I think even her attorney was like, this is a bridge too far even for me. And Lori was just like going off of vibes there. And I just wanted to, I would be remiss if I didn't show you this signature page because I find the signatures to be very similar between her and Kent. And remember, we're supposed to believe Kent waived off his rights without a notary to these documents. So Lori's kind of running the show. Then I'm going to show you this November 10th, 1998 final decree. This time, Erika's name is typed in. And once again, her birthday is listed as November 22nd, 1988. Let's move on. Let's move on to the medical child support document, which was entered in the following year, January of 1999. This particular document requires the consent of the health insurance company. In this case, it's listed as Aetna. What is entered in as her birthday is November 22nd, 1988. And I want to be clear, this is all for child support. So actually, the only date that really matters here is Erika's birthday. You want to make sure you have the right kid. We're moving on. We're in, it's 1999. They're still, everyone's confused and thinks Erika's birthday. They're actually not confused. They're consistently telling us that it's November 22nd, but we're not done. Let's fast forward to 2004, because maybe from 1995 to 1999, multiple people, including the parents of the child, were just making clerical errors. Maybe what's needed to straighten people out is a new decade. Y2K vibes. Let's get into the 2000s. Well, in July of 2004, Kent defaulted on his child support payments, and the enforcement agency recorded the default plus Erika's birthday. And as you can see, once again, we have it listed here as November 22nd, 1988. Apparently, there isn't a clerk across 10 years that can type in 20 as opposed to 22. Let's go 2007. Let's just, because I like 2007, right? Good memes. I graduated high school. They released, we're moving of the health insurance company. In this case, it's listed as Aetna. What is entered in as her birthday is November 22nd, 1988. And I want to be clear, this is all for child support. So actually, the only date that really matters here is Erika's birthday. You want to make sure you have the right kid.
Right.
We're moving on. We're in, it's 1999. They're still, everyone's confused and thinks Erika's birthday. They're actually not confused. They're consistently telling us that it's November 22nd, but we're not done. Let's fast forward to 2004, because maybe from 1995 to 1999, multiple people, including the parents of the child, were just making clerical errors. Maybe
she don't know when her child,
straighten people out is a new decade.
Her niece.
Y2K vibes. Let's get into the 2000s. Well, in July of 2004, Kent defaulted on his child support payments, and the enforcement agency recorded the default plus Erika's birthday. And as you can see, once again, we have it listed here as November 22nd, 1988.
You're making
Apparently,
me hungry.
there isn't a clerk across 10 years that can type in 20 as opposed to 22. Let's go 2007. Let's just, because I like 2007, right? Good memes. I graduated high school. They released the final installment of the Harry Potter book series, which I was reading. I mean, I just feel like nobody got anything wrong in 2007. Fantastic year, right? Except for whoever filed for Erika's child support emancipation. Now she's 18. You don't got to pay child support anymore. You got to go back and file things. Once again, her birthday is listed as November 22nd, 1988. The point I'm making here,
they don't know who she is.
Everything about this marriage, everything about this divorce, everything about Erika's early years is shady. And the beginning matters. The beginning matters deeply. We opened this series reading Elizabeth Lane, the investigative journalist, her thesis that she presented that Erika Kirk might be a psychopath, not a sociopath, but a psychopath. She argued that is what disturbs us when we see her speak. Something's not right. The brain is registering that words are coming out of her mouth, but the expressions are not right, the actions are not right, and our body kind of has a natural defense system that comes online. Before we can even register what it is that makes us uncomfortable, we pull back. People say, I can't watch her. I can't listen to her. I hope she does well, but I don't even want to watch this. Even those people that do support her, Elizabeth Lane noted, they can't watch her. I want to build upon that. Psychopaths are not born. They are created. Okay? Mm-hmm. They are created, and typically they are created in their youth. If the work of Sigmund Freud, who rather obsessed himself with creating psychopaths, is to be believed, I would respectfully submit to you all that Erika's childhood is actually the most important piece of the puzzle. Because no matter what anyone is trying to tell you, Erika is not posting her mother in the way that she is without intent right now. Okay? She didn't post her mother for years, and then she suddenly moves to post her mother in a vulnerable, sick position a mere days before Charlie's assassinated. 2 to 3 days before he's assassinated. That registers to me as emotionally manipulative. I don't know many people, or really any people, who would move to curate an Instagram reel of their mother in that condition. Most of all, I don't know many people who would want or allow them to, right? So that tells us also something's not right with Lori. Something's not right. Why would you want someone curating these moments of you and putting it online as if to say, hey, don't even look here, leaking to people that she's like, without any clarity, it's not coming from Erika, but she wants you to imagine. One person said, oh, I heard her mother has cancer. They're putting this out here without any clarity. Who is Lori? Lori's a very interesting character.
Yeah.
I think, like I've said to you,
it's a
mother's
control
got a lot
narrative
of problems, but
to get off of
what somebody
Charlie.
dug up
And the
Something that
sabotage.
Charlie shared about Erika's mother is shocking. Absolutely shocking. More about her ancestry. I'd like to apologize in advance to sports fans. We'll tell you when we get back from a little break. All right, you guys, thanks to you last year, Preborn helped.
Please hit the like button. I need for y'all to hit the 3 dots at the top right. Or just double tap the face of your screen, but get the likes up.
Conspiracy, quote unquote conspiracy, people who print the textbooks, that we're being ruled by that checkout. Okay, you guys, I need you to listen very carefully. A little bit of history, I'm going to go through it quickly. You have probably heard, maybe vaguely, the conspiracy, quote unquote conspiracy, people who print the textbooks, that we're being ruled by the Khazarian mafia, right? This empire that existed 8th and 9th and 10th century about, and then magically disappeared. Magically, nobody knew. It was a Turkic tribe. They were a nomadic tribe, and then they mass converted to Judaism, okay? But they were not ethnically Jewish. They mass converted to Judaism, and they mixed in, okay? They mixed in with people who were actually Jews.
Fraud.
And they call this a conspiracy, that the people that live in Israel right now are the Khazarian mafia. They call that a conspiracy, but if you read books that were printed in Israel by the Israelis, they themselves declared that they were Khazarian. You could look, a guy named Abraham Pollock is an example, who wrote a book, did all of the research. He was awarded for his research and said, hey, we're that tribe. We are the Turks that mass converted Judaism. And then he was told that was inconvenient after they awarded him. After 1948, they were like, oh, no, we're claiming we're the original Jews of the Bible, so let's just get rid of all this research. Mm-hmm. Something else that you should know about this conspiracy, actually, rather, something that's definitely not a conspiracy, you just need to research things outside of Hollywood movies. You know that Italian mafia, it was actually Jewish, maybe Khazarian Jewish. Hollywood was, as we know, factually started by Jewish gangs. Universal, MGM, there's no hiding that, okay? There's no denying it. Initially, they were carnies, people that were running the carnivals. They would wow people
Gypsies.
with illusions, right? The occultists. And then they said, let's do this on a larger scale. Let's do movies. Let's get people to pour into cathedrals. Put on a show. That's why you go to Carnival. Oh, there's so much magic and illusion. Well, I want you to understand that movies are another illusory trick. It captures your imagination. It captures your emotions. And it's almost never based in reality.
BB is from Poland.
Narrative
He's Polish.
Is that the Italian mafia, just for no reason, we don't know why, they partnered with Meyer Lansky and Bugsy Siegel.
There is a tremendous relationship between pain and joy. James said it.
So, the Italian
all of this right now that's going on is based off of a lie, because they're not even
based
Jewish.
In reality. For example, the prevailing narrative is that the Italian mafia, just for no reason, we don't know why, they partnered with Meyer Lansky and Bugsy Siegel, the Italian, and then the Jewish mafia got together. No, yes, the Italian mafia, they spoke Italian, but that's because they emigrated to Italy after revolutions.
And learn the
reality,
language.
and you need to listen to this backwards and forward and do your own research. The reality is that in 1881, the Russian Tsar was assassinated by a Jew after revolutions. The Italian mafia, just for no reason, we don't know why, they partnered with Meyer Lansky and Bugsy Siegel, the Italian, and then the Jewish mafia got together. No, yes, the Italian mafia, they spoke Italian, but that's because they emigrated to Italy after revolutions. reality, and you need to listen to this backwards and forward and do your own research. The reality is that in 1881, the Russian Tsar was assassinated by a Jewish revolutionary gang from what was known as the Pale of Settlement, okay? So you had a Christian empire, and then what was carved out was, like, if you were Jewish, you had to live in the Pale of Settlement because they required that you were Christian if you were going to live within the kingdom. The world was dominated by Christian kingdoms. And so you know that expression when you say that was beyond the pale? Probably don't even know why you say that. Oh, what he did was beyond the pale. You're actually referring to the Pale of Settlement, which is where the Jews had to live. Now, they were allowed to work inside of the kingdom, but you had to be a Christian to live within the kingdom. The Pale of Settlement consisted of modern-day Poland, Ukraine, and Lithuania. This is very important for you to understand this. After the assassination,
this is BB.
Many of the associated people that were involved, the little gang that put together, they emigrated to Italy. They emigrated to the United States. You learn this in your textbook as there were pogroms.
Because Bibi Netanyahu was
for no reason kicked out of a country. There's actually no evidence they were ever kicked out, but they left. The revolutionaries left, and there were actually all throughout this time frame, by the way, these sorts of revolutions happening all across Europe, trying to overthrow and divide Christian kingdoms. Deeply organized revolutions. Initially, they failed. German revolution failed. Italy, Austria, failed revolutions of 1848. They were commies. The revolutionaries, you could also refer to the revolutionaries as murderous psychopaths.
Right.
And then they emigrated in mass into the United States as victims. And they brought with them their revolutionary ideas. I like to say they were anarchists, obviously, but also you should think of them as gypsies in the truest sense of the word. They will learn any language, become what they have to come, move wherever they need to move, and wherever they go, they bring their filth with them. Okay, we get these migrants into the company, and then suddenly people that assassinated the Tsar. Then we get the first bombing in America at the Haymarket Square in Chicago. That involved quote unquote German immigrants. The assassination of President McKinley, done by a Polish man named Leon Czolgosz, who was radicalized by a Jewish Russian immigrant named Emma Goldman. Her family was from the Pale of Settlement. They were not like poor living in the Pale of Settlement. They were wealthy Jews, educated Jews. There are tons of books about what they did. I could do 12 episodes on Emma Goldman, by the way. Her alone, the amount of assassinations connected to her. She was also the woman that was behind Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood. Emma's boyfriend, also from the Pale of Settlement, tried to assassinate Henry Frick of the U.S. Steel. He literally shot him. You know, you've probably heard the story. They shot him, but Henry Frick survived. They're just murderous communists. I don't know what to tell you. And they did that, tried to kill Frick because they wanted to establish unions. So you learn in school, it was about workers' rights. Yeah, they organized these worker strikes and these protests, and eventually they were successful in establishing unions because that allowed them to establish racketeering, mafias. You guys know unions are associated with mafia and the mobs. This is our inheritance. Our entire history and our present is a gangster's paradise in America. Hollywood exists to glamorize the filthiest people, that work in the most debased industries. It's not entertainment. It's always been disgusting. It's always been about filth, prostitution, importing people from Vienna and trying to collapse America. Successful all across Europe, what they did. The Christian empires got divided, and here we are today, right? This is what we're facing in America. You have to understand this. So you get to this mafia, you get to the mobs, you get to, obviously, usury. You will always know them by what the filth that they bring. Okay, think about the Great Depression. What was that about? Oh, now we need, we got to establish this, the Fed. We got to establish the Fed because of the Great Depression. And the history of sports is an interesting subject. We start bringing that up because sports was a distraction. It is a form of entertainment. I'm not trying to ruin these things for you. There's so many incredible movies about the history of sports. I love Remember the Titans. It's legitimately one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time. Love it. But I would say that I don't have a truer sense of what or who began the sports industry. I'm just a girl. Never wound up here. But I'm telling you this because I think Lori Franzwey is rotten to her core, and I therefore found it unbelievably interesting
And Erica's
that
deep
someone
in
located an old
sports.
interview, an Ask Me Anything segment from Charlie Kirk's show. Person emailed me and they said, Candace, quote, I listened to Charlie's podcast, the rebroadcast last night by the TPUSA crew regarding his thoughts on the past Super Bowls. Charlie was speaking about the Green Bay Packers and mentioned that Erica's mom is a direct line to the Lombardi family. Oh,
Oh, wow.
I thought this might be an interesting piece to your puzzle, they concluded. Excuse me? A direct descendant to Vince Lombardi? Now, for those of you that don't follow sports because you're just a girl too, or more specifically, those of you who do not follow American sports because Americans think football's so big, but obviously it's just confined to America, Vince Lombardi might be the most famous American football coach of all time. Okay, of all time, he is actually so famous that the Super Bowl trophy is named after him. So once the football players, whoever wins Super Bowl, they receive what's called the Lombardi Trophy. That's named after Vince Lombardi. Okay. The Green Bay Packers, and people in the comments are going to kill me, but I'm pretty sure that was the first Super Bowl ever. I'm going to have to look that up. Skylar, you can look that up for me. I'm not positive. Trophy is named after him. So once the football players, whoever wins Super Bowl, they receive what's called the Lombardi Trophy. That's named after Vince Lombardi. Okay. The Green Bay Packers, and people in the comments are going to kill me, but I'm pretty sure that was the first Super Bowl ever. I'm going to have to look that up. Skylar, you can look that up for me. I'm not positive. Erika Kirk? A direct descendant? No, I'd have to hear Charlie say that myself. That can't be right. Well, sure enough, we
Quite
went
a
to
few of
investigate,
those
and Charlie
sports
did communicate that very
owners or
fact. Take a
coaches
listen.
are in the Epstein
The
file.
Packers won the first Super Bowl. You know, my wife, Erika, is from the Lombardi family.
Really? Is that right? Seriously?
Yeah.
That's royal blood.
Her mom's a Lombardi.
That's crazy.
Isn't that insane?
That's
That's-
royal blood.
like was never one of her names.
Like direct bloodline.
Like lineal descent from Vince?
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, we have all this Packers stuff at our house.
I didn't know that. Whoa. That's interesting.
Wow.
That is wild.
And I'm from a huge Bears family, so I don't know.
Whoa.
I'm just going to let you guys digest that.
Yeah, none of her names had Lombardi.
Lori. Direct descendant from Vince Lombardi? I can tell you my first thought was, Charlie's not lying, because take it from me, he's not dumb enough to tell a lie that big on camera. Okay? He's not going to do that. He knows they will fact check him real quick. So my only other option was, is Erika lying? Obviously, I would rank that as a strong possibility were it not for the fact that Charlie said that they had a ton of Vince Lombardi's paraphernalia around the house.
Wow.
A direct descendant.
So she knows it.
lineal
Hi, thank you,
descendant
Jenny,
from
for the laughing
Vince Lombardi.
disco.
You're hearing this from his own mouth. Erika's mother, he is saying, is a Lombardi. I said, Charlie, not known for hyperbole. He knows words have meaning. A direct descendant, therefore, would mean that Lori is Vince Lombardi's offspring. Or yeah, that's really our only option here, given the ages. Lori's born in 1950. And I have to say, once I heard him say it, Lori and her sister, Deborah, do look like Vince. I see it. And I thought it was interesting that I could never find a photo of
Especially
her
her.
parents. Curiously enough, though, the person listed as her parent, Angela Lombardo. Well, that's actually, yeah, her name was Angela Lombardo. And curiously enough, we can confirm that her mother is a Lombardo. That's her maiden name. In other words, Erika's maternal grandmother is Angelina Lombardo Abbess. You can see that here in this obituary from 1970. The bottom there says that. Angeline, wife of Joseph Abbess of Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay, so what's going on here? Because that still wouldn't make her a direct, unless people have multiple identifications.
Of course.
I can't get there,
She changed
but I
her
know
name.
that Charlie is being pretty explicit and saying direct lineage, and I don't have photos of Erika's mom, of Lori's mom and dad. I wanted to present that because there are many rabbit holes that ought to be explored in the story. I cannot chase them all down. No. And curiously enough, saying is a Lombardi. I said, Charlie, not known for hyperbole. He knows words have meaning. A direct descendant, therefore, would mean. My only other option was, is Erika lying? Obviously, I would rank that as a strong possibility were it not for the fact that Charlie said that they had a ton of Vince Lombardi's paraphernalia around the house. A direct descendant, lineal descendant from Vince Lombardi. You're hearing this from his own mouth. Erika's mother, he is saying, is a Lombardi. I said, Charlie, not known for hyperbole. He knows words have meaning. A direct descendant, therefore, would mean that Lori is Vince Lombardi's offspring. Or that's really our only option here, given the ages. Lori's born in 1950. And I have to say, once I heard him say it, Lori and her sister, Deborah, do look like Vince. I see it. And I thought it was interesting that I could never find a photo of her parents. Curiously enough, though, the person listed as her parent, Angela Lombardo. Well, that's actually, yeah, her name was Angela Lombardo.
Baby, she done bit off more than she can chew with Candace.
That her mother is a Lombardo. That's her maiden name. In other words, Erika's maternal grandmother is Angelina Lombardo Abbas. You can see that here in this obituary from 1970. The bottom there, it says that. Angeline, wife of Joseph Abbas of Cincinnati, Ohio. Okay, so what's going on here? Because that still wouldn't make her a direct, unless people have multiple identifications. I can't get there, but I know that Charlie is being pretty explicit and saying direct lineage, and I don't have photos of Erika's mom, of Lori's mom and dad. I wanted to present that because there are many rabbit holes that ought to be explored in the story. I cannot chase them all down, because I need to now focus and bring you guys into understanding what happened with Erika and Pageant World and how she was truly wrong at Turning Point USA. But I want to share this anyways because it feels very significant. That is not casual. And I'd like to apologize in advance to all the football fans. I know you're thinking, can we have anything? And the answer is no. We cannot have even one thing. Figure it out, guys. Figure it out, internet. Is her name really Angelina Lombardo? Is his name Joe Lombardo? I don't know. Is Lori actually Vince's kid? Did he have one out of wedlock? I don't know. But a direct descendant means a direct descendant. That's, to me, is the only possibility. Why else would you be getting the paraphernalia, which is worth a fortune? And it would also mean that Lombardo and Lombardi are interchangeable, which Charlie just confirmed, right? She says she's a Lombardi. But actually, according to obituary, she's a Lombardo. If that's the reality, if those are interchangeable, then we can begin to honestly speculate about Lori's potential ties to the Lombardo-Genovese crime family.
I would say
a lot to do with illegal gambling and racketeering. It's now all open, it's all on the table, and it is all of interest. Now, like I said, unfortunately, there are no photos of Lori's father and mother that I could find, but it's a strong lead, and I'm going to leave it at that for YouTubers and other sleuths to take a look at. Pivoting back to Erika and Erika's timeline.
I'm sure Trump knew this when she won that pageant.
All of the characters that we've introduced to you are in place. You understand kind of the story that we're telling here. I wanted to let you know that we did receive a flurry of emails about Erika's missing year. Also a lot of comments. And before we get there, I can tell you, we can confirm now that Erika did attend St. Ursula Villa up in Cincinnati, Ohio, but she attended what we can document for kindergarten. So that was before she went down to Arizona. We have that photo for you guys here. This would be from 1994 to 1995. And you can see her, just for funsies, her name is spelled differently. It's with a C. Mm-hmm. Clerical. It's clerical error, another clerical error. They're all over. But I wanted to let you know, we thus far, no one with a yearbook at St. Ursula Villa has been able to confirm her for from 2000 to 2002. So those years are still technically missing. I thought that was where she was for those years, but maybe we had it in reverse. We're going to keep building upon that. We also did receive confirmation from basketball players at St. Regis that we were correct. She did not play in the 2008 to 2009 season. Despite in the future, she's going to claim multiple times that she played at Regis for 2 years. She played basketball for 2 years. Well, I can show you this photo that we also gathered of Erika with her Regis University team members. This is taken in December of 2007, but she did not play. Regis University, like I said, her stats are still up. We could not
She was
find
on
her in
injured
newspaper.
reserve.
And now we have team members that are confirming that she did not play for the 2008 season. So the mystery remains, where was Erika hiding afterward for 8 months? Many of you guys thought that she went to have a baby. You guys are like, in my day, when someone went away for 8 months, it's because they got knocked up and they had to go away.
Hi, Jimmy.
And I've seen no evidence of that. I'm just sharing that because it was a repeat comment. I'm just going to keep following the facts and following Erika's words and sentiments that are shared. And regarding that year, someone sent us another clip of her verifying our timeline. So we are accurate. She goes missing in 2008 to, quote unquote, study the Bible, to see what was, she didn't learn the Bible, as we showed you last week. She didn't learn because she was Catholic and they didn't really study the Bible. Then she got this time with her pastor's wife to just really learn everything. And she says then that it was for 8 months. Well, take a listen to her explaining this again on a different podcast called Don't Ignore the Nudge. Take a listen.
Like with Miss Arizona, I was so done with that world. It was very toxic. I loved my director. I loved the experience I had, but afterwards, it was one of those things where I was so sold out and focused on Christ that I didn't want anything from that past or that world to follow with me into the new season that I was about to enter into. And so for me, it was all about just, I literally had locked myself in my room and read my Bible. And the only person I saw for 6 months was my pastor's wife. And I just had her pour into me. We would meet for lunch or coffee. And I didn't see any of my friends. I didn't do anything. I just was so focused on that.
Okay.
Who she be
Hear it
lying?
again. This time she locked herself in her room. She's just focused on the Bible. Self-taught. I mean, how much of the Bible could you read if that was the only thing that you were doing for, she says, 6 months there, 8 months on a different podcast, but it's Erika, so we're not going to hold her to anything consistent. 6 to 8 months. How much of the Bible could you read? And like I said, she presented to it like that was her aha moment. She finally got to have this experience with the Bible because she learned it for real this time. Well,
front and back.
You might assume that she then became familiar with the Bible, but when it comes to Erika, you should never make an assumption, because now we're going to fast forward to her telling Sage Steele the story about how she got acquainted with the Bible thanks to a Christian.
Can I get y'all to hit the like button? Double tap the face of the screen. I did not want to have to stop, but I keep asking y'all to hit the like button. Well, I have a couple of times, and y'all have ignored that. Hit the thumbs up on your end or the 3 dots at the top right corner. I would greatly appreciate it. The quicker we can hit the like button, the quicker we can resume. I'm an hour and 13 minutes in. I had at times over 200 and some people in here. Makes no sense to me, but I'm going to wait till y'all get the likes up. Double tap the face of your screen. Oh, I like this when it stops right here. Something I heard, I pinned, it reminded me of Erika in her study of the Bible. It was one of those where it tells you about sociopath. Oh Lord, effective immediately. I have ordered the United States Development Finance Corporation (DFC) to provide at a very reasonable price political risk insurance and guarantee. Oh, this man is crazy. Oh my God. Please hit the like button, y'all. I don't want to have to stop again, but you know I will.
Christian friend of hers, not in 2008, but in 2016. Take a listen.
The first time I ever read the Bible cover to cover was 2016, and it changed my life. It absolutely changed my life, and that's when I started. So it was me and another friend, and I put together the Bible reading program, and I sent it to my friend. I said, do it with me. I was like, because I don't know what I'm doing, and you've been a Christian your whole life, and I just want to have an accountability partner. Like, please read this with me. 2016, finished the whole thing. It was a wild year. Wow. And after that, everything was in Technicolor, and I was like, I get it now. I get it.
That gives me
and it
chills.
made me, and it's really interesting because then if ever I do go back to sit in the Catholic Mass, I'm like, now I get the Catholic side even more now after having read the Bible. So I wish that there was more, because even when you go to confirmation class and like all the thing, it never, I just wish they would have, and some Catholic churches are great at this. Some Catholic high schools are great at this. Unfortunately, mine weren't as good from the standpoint of, get your own Bible and let's cry.
Before this go away, do y'all see this? Yeah, before I lose it. Kim Jong, if Iran asks, we will provide it with missiles against opposition. One missile is enough to erase it. Do we understand? Can y'all hear me? Give me a 1 if y'all can see this. Make sure that I'm not. Can y'all hear and see this? This is what we're up against. King Jong is not playing. I hope y'all see this and hear this. This was not our war. So for all the people who still saying, oh, he the only one that had nuts enough to do, you know, this was not our war. All of this because he did not want the Epstein file, the complete unredacted, the law in which he signed. He did not want to release it. Bill and Hillary Clinton did not give enough information to clear him, only further incriminate him or show that his willingness not to follow the law. And now China is saying, if you need me, all you have to do is call. You got a friend, and what I have to offer you will erase it all because he's a pedo, allegedly. And he didn't want to release the full Epstein file. So all you fracka-knackle, trifling ass people that get in my comment section after the live and, you know, say all those smart, sarcastic stuff, and all I respond to you is release all of the unredacted Epstein files, and all this bull crap right here will go away. Pull up your big boy pamper, shitty and all, and face the shit, the mess that you've created. Stop trying to pass the blame on thems and shims and everybody else. Handle your business. Yeah, but you're gonna take us with you. Oh, do whatever you fuck, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Do whatever you have to do. Start a war. If I go down, everybody going down. Well, everybody didn't fuck with minors. Everybody shouldn't have to go down with you. Take your partners. Take your lawmen, take your judges, take the good old boys. Take them along with you. Y'all were the ones that had this occult crap going on. We don't want to go. We didn't have no parts of it. You just need to man up. Boy up, girl up, wherever you are mentally, emotionally, you need to man up. This don't make no sense. There he talking about, and baby, y'all very much, however you be saying that crazy stuff, very much underestimated Iran. Iran got Israel begging. Please, 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 please. Please, Iran, please leave us alone. Please, you won. You won. We heard it for ourselves. I don't know what they thought. They underestimated. And now our men and women are having to parachute out, you know, and get on other foreign land and get attacked and stuff for Kuwait or wherever they parachute out at. This don't make no sense. This was not our war. And your bunkers, some of them bunkers that they're taking out, I let y'all hear today, is Russia. They want the PDF military locations where they was housing these minors for military use. Yeah, this is crazy. It's been going on for a while. But do y'all see this? Do you see this? Just so y'all know, we can resume as we were.
Crack it open. It was never really like that.
I don't know. I don't know what's up. I don't know what's down. I don't. With Erika, it's just.
She don't know what's
you don't know
up or down.
You could say she didn't read it cover to cover in the first 8 months.
She be
I would
lying.
imagine she didn't need her friend and turn to a friend 8 years later and go, what am I doing? If she had 8 months to study the Bible with a pastor, I think a pastor would be better suited than a friend. I just don't know what is real with Erika. She gives me the vibe of someone whose brain has been rerouted. Like the pathways in her brain have been rerouted from the time that she's a child. Like she just had to lie so much that she doesn't even recognize that what she's doing is lying. Like she just says something and it's like, this is what works in this room, exactly as Elizabeth Lane described it. This is what works in this room. So I have to be, okay, I'm sitting with Sage and I'm trying to now explain what brought me back to the Catholic thing. Like maybe I need to be Catholic this week, or, you know, maybe I need Protestant next week. So I said it at that podcast that I did it because I didn't have an appreciation for Catholicism, but now I'm saying that studying the Bible made me have an appreciation for Catholicism, which I wasn't getting. It's so all over the place. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know, other than someone who was programmed and has had to tell so many different stories that she can't really pedal backwards. She just kind of just keeps going and just keeps swimming and just keeps swimming. And what she's going to say tomorrow is not going to be what she said yesterday. It's too many lies. She is obviously not fit to be the CEO and chairman of Turning Point USA.
She wasn't fit to be Charlie Kirk's wife either.
Amount of
with her crooked
dishonesty
ass
that we can just show you using her own words. Okay? Just using Erika's own words. Trying to make sense of anything is a very difficult task. Anyway, we are going to be back after a break. All right, you guys, do you owe back taxes? Maybe you have unfiled tax returns filed at the county. Your prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you use your home's equity to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still...
Hit the like button. Please, hit the like button.
What do you guys think? Do you think Erika was born into something? I have that general sense, I will say that. Do you... think something happened to her in her childhood? Tesseract, well, I'm going to give you tomorrow, Tesseract's direct ties to Fort Huachuca. Man, it's just, I mean, I just had them everywhere right at the very beginning. I would very much bet that Erika knows what Fort Huachuca is. That just feels right to me. Anyway, that will be tomorrow. Top comments from Friday's episode. Brigitte, if you're reading this, you are still not off the hook. That was hilarious, number one. Second comment is hiding in Ben Shapiro's eyebrows to watch this. These always make me laugh. Also, what USA, just on the basis, described it. This is what works in this month to study the Bible with a pastor. I think a pastor would be better suited than a friend. I just don't know.
Started, so it was me and another friend, and I put together the Bible reading program.
That she then became familiar with the Bible. But when it comes to Erika, you should never make an assumption, because now we're going to fast forward to her telling Sage Steele the story about how she got acquainted with the Bible, thanks to a Christian friend of hers, not in 2008, but in 2016. Take a listen.
The first time I ever read the Bible cover to cover was 2016, and it changed my life. It absolutely changed my life, and that's when I started. So it was me and another friend, and I put together the Bible reading program, and I sent it to my friend. I said, do it with me. I was like, because I don't know what I'm doing, and you've been a Christian your whole life, and I just want to have an accountability partner. Like, please read this with me. 2016, finished the whole thing. It was a wild year.
Wow.
And after that, everything was in Technicolor, and I was like, I get it now. I get it.
That gives me
And it made me, it's really interesting, because then if ever I do go back to sit in the Catholic Mass, I'm like, now I get the Catholic side even more now after having read the Bible. So I wish that there was more, because even when you go to confirmation class and like all the things, it never, I just wish they would have, and some Catholic churches are great at this. Some Catholic high schools are great at this. Unfortunately, mine weren't as good from the standpoint of, get your own Bible and let's crack it open. It was never really like that.
Hold on. Hold on.
It's Sasha Riley, a former member of the. At the end of that, there's this little girl. You got Terrence Howard, who said that he and.
Hold on.
So let me ask you a crazy question. So your NDA is expired, and you can talk about this. You used to work at a secret Starbucks. Is that right? Yeah. This picture shows a young girl kissing.
I believe that we were targeted.
It was damn. Have you seen that SNL sketch from 2016 that's been circulating?
Hold on.
For obvious reason. So let me pose to you a hypothetical. You get an urgent call from the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's not it.
You get him on film. He said, Paul, he said.
Hold on.
The oh so respected president and CEO of the World Economic Forum, Bor Brenda, quietly steps down. Why?
Another step down.
I think this should be the last part, so stick with it. It'll be.
Hillary.
One of these.
Advocating for years that the U.S. government, on behalf of Israel, kill the Ayatollah Khomeini. They got it. Okay, you got what you wanted. Why are you mad?
It's one of the. Oh yeah, this is them in the bunkers, y'all. Look at Israel in the bunkers. Look at them down here underground. See, I be going off in the comment. What did I miss? Do what you need to do. No disrespect. See them in the bunkers, underground, hiding, scared. They started it though. Pulled us into this bullcrap. Down here crying, scared. Lord. I didn't know that they could speak in a, well, I heard some of them speaking in an unknown tongue. I'm like, whoa, who you calling on? You calling on the Lord? Well, hallelujah. But hold that thought though, hold that. I'm trying to find something that I heard that reminds me of Erika Kirk when she said,
Go back to 9/11, and when Wesley Clark said we're gonna
when she said that she had to learn, they said that was one of the traits of this demonic level. It's a level that you try to reach where you master the Bible for months. Knowing it inside. I'm trying to find it because
the veil is tearing.
The veil is tearing.
So whenever something big happens, particularly something,
I am really trying to find it for us.
I'm talking about a hidden world. There's an entire universe to explore. Do me a favor. Put that in a triangle pattern here. Okay, so we have 3 mugs. Idealize.
I got a bunch of good stuff.
Like an Elon Musk, they never even. I learned today, for example, that I'm in the Epstein files. Oh, really? And here's the way.
Hold
What
on.
are the simple exercises do you recommend? What's the difference between being a nice person and a kind person?
No, hold on. Yeah, I'm really trying to find it. Maybe I'll listen for it while we play this out. But I need for y'all to hit the like button, baby, because it described Erika so I thought I marked it. Baby, they are not playing with... They are not playing. These people are not playing. They're not playing.
I just want to remind you that this...
I don't think it's that far down. Hold on.
Which one should I...
Oh, but I got some good stuff over here. Spain banned the United States from using Spanish military bases for attack on Iran. They don't want no parts. Don't come over here blowing up our stuff.
Change world history. Right in front of your face. This guy has been feeding us this BS for years. Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade. They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb. Produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months. Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs. Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out. The Epstein files explode, raw, uncensored, dripping with the names of the untouchables, the island rituals, the child blood oaths that tie the global elite together in unbreakable chains of blackmail and depravity. Boom. Days later, almost like clockwork, Iran doesn't just protest. They don't burn flags or effigies of politicians. They drag out massive horned idols of Baal, the ancient Canaanite bull god of child sacrifice, the demon the old bloodlines have whispered to in shadows.
Right after they burnt that up, 2-3 weeks later, we at war.
Trump's face on it, etch 666 across its chest.
Yeah, I remember this about 3 weeks ago.
And set the whole thing ablaze in roaring public squares while screaming, "Death to Israel and death to America." Flames devour their God right as the world watches. And what follows? Retribution from the heavens, or whatever passes for them in Tel Aviv and DC. Israel and the United States don't just respond. They unleash apocalypse. Missiles screaming across the sky, cities turned to ash. Strikes that feel biblical in their fury.
A
you
whole
think this
war.
is about nukes, proxies, oil, geopolitics? No. They defaced the idol. They mocked the real master pulling strings behind the thrones.
The devil.
The one whose altars run red with innocence. Whose high priests sit in boardrooms and palaces trading souls like currency. And the hidden order answered with fire and steel. We will not tolerate blasphemy against our God. Epstein drops. Baal burns. Bombs rain like judgment. This isn't coincidence. This is the mask ripping off in slow motion. The elite's ancient pact exposed, their demon insulted, their wrath unleashed. Wake the hell up. Think, really think, about what I just laid bare. The war isn't coming. It's already here. And we're all in the crossfire. If NASA really made it
are in the crossfire.
How exactly did they get back? Think about what it takes to launch. Could be within a few months. Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs. Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out. The Epstein files explode, raw, uncensored, dripping with the names of the untouchables, the island rituals, the child blood oath that tie the global elite together in unbreakable chains of blackmail and depravity. Boom. Days later, almost like clockwork, Iran doesn't just protest. They don't burn flags or effigies of politicians. They drag out massive horned idols of Baal, The ancient Canaanite bull god of child sacrifice, the demon the old bloodlines have whispered to in shadows for millennia. They carve the Star of David into a skull, slap Trump's face on it, etch 666 across its chest, douse it in fuel, and set the whole thing ablaze in roaring public squares while screaming, "Death to Israel and death to America." Flames devour their God right as the world watches. And what follows? Retribution from the heavens, or whatever passes for them in Tel Aviv and D.C. Israel and the United States don't just respond. They unleash apocalypse. Missiles screaming across the sky, cities turned to ash, strikes that feel biblical in their fury. You think this is about nukes, proxies, oil, geopolitics? No. They defaced the idol. They mocked the real master pulling strings behind the thrones, the one whose altars run red with innocence, whose high priests sit in boardrooms and palaces trading souls like currency. And the hidden order answered with fire and steel. We will not tolerate blasphemy against our God. Epstein drops, Ball burns, bombs rain like judgment. This isn't coincidence. This is the mask ripping off in slow motion. The elite's ancient pact exposed, their demon insulted, their wrath unleashed. Wake the hell up. Think, really think, about what I just laid bare. The war isn't coming, it's already here, and we're all in the crossfire. To rocket on Earth.
Okay, hold on.
10, 9.
Oh, Lori. Direct descendants convinced Lombardi?
Massive fuel tanks, reinforced concrete pads, countdown towers. Listen up.
And now I am 7 countries.
Specifically chosen by the Mothers of Darkness.
Be worth it, I promise you. So after I said someone needs to give deliverance to him.
Because the Epstein files decided to ruin his vibe. Shocker. He admits to a few business dinners and some casual emails.
Oh yeah, that's another resign.
Jeffrey.
I want to hear about how they
Conviction. Totally normal.
That I'm in Cartagena home at an.
And he says to you, it is vital to Israel's security.
They were experimenting on American citizens. I hate conspiracy theories that run amok. But you know, a former CIA director is the one who came up with the term conspiracy theory to discredit people by making them sound like crazy people, when in fact, there was such a thing called MK Ultra, Operation Grasshopper, or MK Chickwit. You know, the CIA did crazy, crazy stuff from roughly 1952 to 1975. The Chinese told us in like 1951 that the Russians were using LSD to try to engineer it to be used as a mind control drug. That was disinformation. The truth was the Russians had no LSD program. The Chinese did. So they tried to throw us off the scent by blaming the Russians. We panicked. And by 1952, we started this program called MK Ultra, which began
Haven't we heard that before?
by using LSD experimentally. They started by dosing their own employees without telling them. Several committed suicide. One jumped out of a hotel window.
Dosing them with what?
LSD.
With the hope that...
See if we can control them, see if we can plant memories that didn't actually happen. Then they decided, no, it's not a good idea to dose our own people. Let's just dose strangers out in public. So they went safe house. They hired prostitutes to go out on the street, pick up Johns, people who hire prostitutes, bring them back to the safe house, dose the Johns with LSD, and just see what happens. But, I mean, these are like serious
CIA
crimes you're committing against people.
The CIA paid sex workers to lure men to safe houses where agents drugged them and then watched them through one-way mirrors and recorded their behavior.
Exactly.
They tried to erase their personality.
Nice, huh?
The goal was often to break and rebuild the human mind. In
New York
1973, the
Giants
CIA
and
director
Miami
ordered
Dolphins.
mass
Yeah, they're in the
destruction of
Epstein
the
files.
MK files.
That day, he testified before the church committee.
Lombardi.
The church committee specifically told him, do not destroy any documents. He went back that afternoon to the CIA and said, destroy everything.
Why?
Because it was damning. They were experimenting on American citizens. They were experimenting by spreading diseases in American cities. He was fined like $150 and about 15%
Fined
of the documents
$150.
were overlooked and survived. We'll never know exactly what happened.
Fined
under
how
MK
much?
Ultra.
When you drink alcohol during
Survived. We'll never know exactly what happened under MK Ultra.
Oh, wow.
pregnancy,
It was damning. They were
Let me
experimenting
finish
on
this off.
American citizens.
Yeah, very
I hate
disturbing.
conspiracy theories that run amok. But you know, a former CIA director is the one who came up with the term conspiracy theory to discredit people by making them sound like crazy people. When
On
in fact,
purpose.
there was such a thing called
Don't
MK
tell me
Operation
I'm a conspiracy
Grasshopper
thinker no more.
or MK Chickwit. You know, the CIA did crazy stuff from roughly 1952 to 1975. The Chinese told us in like 1951 that the Russians were using LSD to try to engineer it to be used as a mind control drug. That was disinformation. The truth was the Russians had no
Absolutely,
LSD
Denise.
program. The Chinese did.
Absolutely.
So they tried to throw us off the scent by blaming the Russians. We panicked. And by 1952, we started this program called MK Ultra.
And lied how that
which
came about.
began
Everything has
by
been a
using
lie.
LSD experimentally. They started by dosing their own employees without telling them. Several committed suicide. One jumped out of a hotel window.
Dosing them with what?
LSD.
With the hope that...
See if we can control them. See if we can plant memories that didn't actually happen. Then they decided, no, it's not a good idea to dose our own people. Let's just dose strangers out in public. So they went to San Francisco, rented a safe house. They hired prostitutes to go out on the street, pick up Johns, people who hire prostitutes, bring them back to the safe house, dose the Johns with LSD, and just see what happens. But, I mean,
see what
these are like
happens.
serious crimes you're committing against people.
The CIA paid sex workers to lure men to safe houses where agents drugged them and then watched them through one-way mirrors and recorded their behavior.
Exactly.
They tried to erase their personality.
Nice, huh?
The goal was often to break and rebuild the human mind. In
Break and rebuild.
1973, the CIA director ordered mass destruction of the MK Ultra files.
That day, he testified before the church committee. The church committee specifically told him, do not destroy any documents. He went back that afternoon to the CIA and said, destroy everything.
Why?
Because it was damning. They were experimenting on American citizens. They were experimenting by spreading diseases in American cities. He was fined like $150. And,
Horrible.
about 15% of the documents were over.
Let's finish this off over here.
I can tell you my first thought was, Charlie's not lying, because take it from me, he's not dumb enough to tell a lie that big on camera, okay? He's not going to do that. He knows they will fact check him real quick. So my only other option was, is Erika lying? Obviously, I would rank that as a strong possibility were it not for the fact that Charlie said that they had a ton of Vince Lombardi's paraphernalia around the house. A direct descendant, lineal descendant from Vince Lombardi. You're hearing this from his own mouth. Erika's mother, he is saying, is a Lombardi. I said, Charlie, not known for hyperbole. He knows words have meaning. A direct descendant, therefore, would mean that Lori is Vince Lombardi's offspring. Or that's really our only option here, given the ages. Lori's born in 1950. And I have to say, once I heard him say it, Lori and her sister, Deborah, do look like Vince.
Oh yeah, I
I
went back
see
too
it.
far. Oh no.
And I thought it was interesting that I learned because she was Catholic and they didn't really study the Bible. Then she got this time with her pastor's wife to just really learn everything. And she says then that it was for 8 months. Well, take a listen to her explaining this again on a different podcast called Don't Ignore the Nudge. Take a listen.
Like with Miss Arizona, I was so done with that world. It was very toxic. I loved my director. I loved the experience I had, but afterwards, it was one of those things where I was so sold out and focused on Christ that I didn't want anything from that past or that world to follow with me into the new season that I was about to enter into. And so for me, it was all about just, I literally had locked myself in my room and read my Bible, and the only person I saw for 6 months was my pastor's wife. And I just had her pour into me. We would meet for lunch or coffee, and I didn't see any of my friends. I didn't do anything. I just
Hey,
was
Miss
so
Tom.
focused on that.
Okay, you hear it again. This time she locked herself in her room. She's just focused on the Bible. Self-taught. I mean, how much of the Bible could you read if that was the only thing that you were doing for, she says, 6 months there, 8 months on a different podcast, but it's Erika, so we're not going to hold her to anything consistent. 6 to 8 months. How much of the Bible could you read? And like I said, she presented to it like that was her aha moment. She finally got to have this experience with the Bible because she learned it for real this time. Well,
I'm
you
trying
might
to find
assume
it.
that she then became familiar with the Bible, but when it comes to Erika, you should never make an assumption, because now we're going to fast forward to her telling Sage Steele the story about how she got acquainted with the Bible, thanks to a Christian friend of hers, not in 2008, but in 2016. Take a listen.
The first time I ever read the Bible cover to cover was 2016, and it changed my life. It absolutely changed my life, and that's when I started. So it was me and another friend, and I put together the Bible reading program, and I sent it to my friend. I said, do it with me. I was like, because I don't know what I'm doing, and you've been a Christian your whole life, and I just want to have an accountability partner. Like, please read this with me. 2016, finished the whole thing. It was a wild year. Wow. And after that, everything was in Technicolor, and I was like, I get it now. I get it.
That gives me
And it made me, and it's really interesting, because then if ever I do go back to sit in a Catholic Mass, I'm like, now I get the Catholic side even more now after having read the Bible. So I wish that there was more, because even when you go to confirmation class and like all the thing, I just wish they would have, and some Catholic churches are great at this. Some Catholic high schools are great at this. Unfortunately, mine weren't as good from the standpoint of, get your own Bible and let's crack it open. It was never really like that.
I don't know. I don't know what's up. I don't know what's down. With Erika, it's just, you don't know what the story is. Like, you could say she didn't read it cover to cover in the first 8 months, but I would imagine she didn't need her friend and turn to a friend 8 years later and go, what am I doing? If she had 8 months to study the Bible with a pastor, I think a pastor would be better suited than a friend. I just don't know what is real with Erika. She gives me the vibe of someone whose brain has been rerouted. Like the pathways in her brain have been rerouted from the time that she's a child. Like, she just had to lie so much that she doesn't even recognize that what she's doing is lying.
Her brain has been
she just says
redirected.
something, and it's like, this is what works in this room, exactly as Elizabeth Lane described it. This is what works in this room. This is who I have to be. Okay, I'm sitting with Sage, and I'm trying to now explain what brought me back to the Catholic thing. Like, maybe I need to be Catholic this week, or maybe I need Protestant next week. So I said it at that podcast that I did it because I didn't have an appreciation for Catholicism, but now I'm saying that studying the Bible made me have an appreciation for Catholicism, which I wasn't getting. It's so all over the place. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know, other than someone who was programmed and has had to tell so many different stories that she can't really pedal backwards. She just kind of just keeps going and just keeps swimming and just keeps swimming. And what she's going to say tomorrow is not going to be what she said yesterday. It's too many lies. She is obviously not fit to be the CEO and chairman of Turning Point USA, just on the basis
She's not
of
fit to be a
the
habitual
amount
liar.
of dishonesty that we can just show you using her own words. Okay? Just using Erika's own words, trying to make sense of anything is a very difficult task. Anyway, we are going to be back after a break. All right, you guys, do you owe back taxes? Maybe you have unfiled tax returns, or have you maybe filed every year but still keep owing somehow? Maybe you retired and suddenly got hit with a tax bill they didn't expect, or maybe you pulled money from your 401k or IRA early and now the IRS wants its share. However your tax issue started, the outcome is always the same. Your balance is not going down, penalties are growing, interest compounds, and many of you are
Oh,
about to owe
no.
again for this
I'm
upcoming
sorry.
tax year with no plan in place.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
what you're doing and call tax. What do you guys think? Do you think Erika was born into something?
Yep.
I have that general sense. I will say that. Do you think something happened to her in her childhood? Tesseract. Well, I'm going to give you tomorrow. Tesseract's direct ties.
I think she was
to
born
Fort
into something.
Huachuca.
Think that she was groomed.
It's just that, I mean, I just had them everywhere right at the very beginning. I would very much bet that Erika knows what Fort Huachuca is. That just feels right to me. Anyway, that will be tomorrow. Top comments from Friday's episode. Brigitte, if you're reading this, you are still not off the hook. That was hilarious, number one. Second comment is hiding in Ben Shapiro's eyebrows to watch this. These always make me laugh. Also, I remind you guys, if you want to support our show, you can head to CandaceOwens.com and you can buy merch available on the website. Easiest way to support us and support independent journalism that is not selling out to Israel or to anyone, not to the MAGA party, not to the neocons ever. I'm just very grateful to always have the opportunity to share what I believe and to stay loyal and to my fellow Goyim. I'm loyal to them. Anyway, comments from today's episode. Let me scroll down here, see what you guys are thinking. Nance the Rock writes, great work, Candace. Thank you. That was a very big tip. So thank you very much, Nance the Rock. Want to glorify God writes, sure, Erika, you never dated for 5 years in New York. You never, ever entered beauty pageants. You stayed at home for 8 months studying the Bible. You never checked Charlie's texts. You never knew Charlie was afraid for his life. Charlie had a neck of steel, dangerously pathological. Yeah, she's pathological. I would say that. I can't, there's no other explanation. I mean, unless she's telling the truth and Charlie didn't tell her. And maybe they all did know who he thought was going to kill her. The only way that would make sense is if Charlie thought Erika was going to kill him and didn't text Erika. I wouldn't text Erika, Erika's going to kill me. Otherwise, why is your husband not telling you he thinks he's going to die? Now you can make the argument like, oh, you want your wife not to be worried or stressed out about your impending assassination, which is likely coordinated by a foreign government. But I feel like maybe after you were assassinated and you had the phone and access to Dan Flood, who as I broke the story, he did not get fired from Turning Point USA. He had one job, he effed it up, and he did not get fired for some strange reason, which a grieving widow might do. I feel like Dan should have told you that. Andrew Colbert, the PR guy, should have told you that. You guys are coming up together on Charlie's day of Charlie's burial. You're plotting together to say, what should we tell the public? Oh, we'll say he had a steel neck like Superman. He didn't mention that to you? Little sidebar. Sorry to feel bad for Andrew Colbert. I feel bad that they've made him be the person that has to lie and he's kind of catching all these strays, but she's been the hand directing him. I now know that because of the firings. Erika has been directing the messaging from the very beginning. So she went straight from her husband being assassinated to assuming the chairman and CEO to Zoom calls and directing the PR messaging. Andrew's out here catching strays. I don't know why you do it, Andrew. I've got an idea, though. We're going to get to that. Maybe Erika's not the only person who was born into something, hey? Objectio writes, the biggest winners of the CK-EK investigation are the Macrones. It's been half a year, and Candace has barely mentioned Brigitte's dangling. Hey, I actually said today, oh, look, this person looks like Brigitte. So, a little joke there. Sonia here for Truth writes, Candace, we are behind you. Keep going, Max. You, your family, and your team are always in my thoughts and prayers. The truth sets us free, and we are free to seek truth. Christ is King. Jesus is Lord of all. Agreed. And thank you for the support. Conjure Up writes, Urban Becks, the same ones committing fraud in Cincinnati, the home builder fraud, the bank folding fraud. I don't think you saw Friday's episode. You should go watch that. Yes, that's Erika's uncle, Rick. Now, she could be, to be clear, not suggesting that they are his actual uncle. She's got some family that she claims to be her family. You know, Nicole Rothstein, cousin. She's over there saying, this is my family's dedication. I don't know if this girl has a full-blown personality disorder where she just becomes the thing in every room, or if she's just like, hey, we've been close, and people do that casually. We'll say, like, that's my uncle. Like, I would, you know, if have got a best friend and they have children, you say, oh, that's her aunt, that's her uncle. I don't know. I don't know what she means by that. And, you know, we can shoot her a question after the show and ask for clarity of whether it's a funkle or a bloodline uncle. I think it's probably just what she calls him because they're close. Tammy Gauss writes, so with Erika's ahem new timeline, how did she manage to read the Bible cover to cover? Oh, wait, I know. She read between all her dates with her sports boys, her Cabot, and dates during her summer house era. I thought the same thing. I was like, well, 2016 was a bit of a wild year for Erika. You're telling me she also had time to read the Bible cover to cover? That's pretty hard. That's pretty hard to do if you actually had nothing to do, which is what she did for 8 months, where I personally feel like she was maybe training somewhere. Otherwise, why try to wipe that year by claiming that you played basketball for another year when you didn't? I don't know. I feel like she was doing some Christian training, perhaps. Again, it's my opinion. It's my podcast. I'll share my opinion. Misty writes, why are they still calling it the Charlie Kirk Show? It's time to retire the name in respect of Charlie's memory. How about the Turning Point Show? I think that wouldn't even do it justice. Turning Point makes people think that it's Charlie's legacy. It's not. They should rename the company. They should rename it Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom USA. And that would be a better representation of its new leadership, its new opinions, neocons, which Charlie could not stand. These people, he couldn't stand them at all. And there's no grieving widow on the face of the planet, a truly grieving widow who could bear to be around the enemies of your assassinated husband in that regard. So everything and every manner that she is moving registers to me as someone who is a pathological liar, and which we've proven already. We haven't even gotten into all the other lies. We haven't even gotten into her relationships. We haven't even taken you further through her backstory and how she was brought to Turning Point USA. There are so many more lies. But I think what we could agree on just this far in is the fact that we know nothing about Erika Kirk, and I don't think Erika knows anything about Erika Kirk. I think she was created, and I mean that genuinely. Anyway, reminding you again, if you would like to support the show, please head to CandaceOwens.com, buy some merch, sign up for a subscription, and join the book club. We have another meeting on Friday. We just started a new book. I never remember book titles. The Secret Founding of America, The Real Story of Freemasons, Puritans, and the Battle for the New World. It's actually, as we've already learned, crypto Jews. DNA evidence has suggested that's already a very compelling read to learn true history, which is so important. If we have any shot in the future, we have to understand what happened in the past. I will leave it there, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
These perfumes have taken over the internet, and if you don't have them yet, you are completely missing out. I'm breaking down exactly why Ocha is everywhere. They're basically known for recreating that luxury experience in perfumes, but turning it up a notch. These perfumes are bold, long-lasting, and honestly, better than most.
Donald Trump is panicking as Americans in the Middle East are scrambling, and there is no plan by United States embassies to evacuate them. The market is tanking. The price of oil is surging. Donald Trump has created an utter catastrophe.
She's
Let's
right
go
about
through
that.
piece by piece,
Hey, mystery
evidence by evidence,
of 7.
what's going on right now this morning on Tuesday. So the U.S. Embassy
Turning Point is
issued
responsible.
this announcement. They're stating
Trump and
the
Bibi
U.S. Embassy
Netanyahu.
of Jerusalem,
Thank
that
you,
is,
Janet.
is not in a position at this
Beatrice,
time
it
to evacuate
was
or
said
directly assist
by a
Americans
remote
in
viewer that
departing
Erika
Israel.
Kirk is,
The following is provided for
and
your
her body
information
has
as
been
you make
taken
your
over.
own security plans. So
she
despite
was
the United States spending
yeah, I heard
billions of
that.
dollars on this embassy
I
in
heard that she
Jerusalem
was
and giving
a
billions of
clone.
dollars to Israel, the United States is unable to evacuate its own people. And you'll remember the message I showed you yesterday where the various U.S. embassies throughout the Middle East told everybody, evacuate now, get out of the Middle East, try to find a commercial flight. Good luck. Try to find a commercial flight. You do realize that Iran
Yeah,
is now striking
yeah, let me get
all
these
of the
red flags, cause
surrounding airports in the Middle East.
some of
You
this,
do
they're talking about
realize
Dubai
that Donald Trump has
consulate was
engulfed the
hit.
Middle East in a Middle East-wide war
That's
with no plan
Israel.
about what the missions or objectives are. And then last night or yesterday afternoon, Donald Trump and his regime officials and sycophants, whether it was Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, or whether it was MAGA Mike Johnson, they're saying the reason that we had to invade and attack Iran is that Israel
Y'all
was
get the
going to
likes
attack
up,
Iran
please.
first, and then Iran would retaliate against the United States. That's why we had to attack Iran to do regime change, but it's not regime
2 hours
change now.
in.
They're trying to find someone in the Islamic Republic who would be friendlier to Donald Trump, and meanwhile, there's nobody who wants to have that role. I mean, they turned the Ayatollah, who was 85 years old, who was unpopular in a lot of areas, like they allowed him to, become like a martyr now amongst the Shiite community, who's out there, chanting death to America right now at these mass protests. I mean, this utterly backfired. They didn't think this through. The Ayatollah was old anyway. The younger population was, growing and protesting and saying they wanted democracy. And then the Trump regime betrayed those protesters early in January when they were out on the street, and Trump says, I've got your back, and then didn't do anything. And 30,000, 40,000 protesters got massacred. So, of course, they're terrified to go out right now and protest or do things. Just take a look at what's going on throughout the Middle East as the United States tells its own citizens, good luck, we wish you the best, try to find a commercial airport somewhere, but we can't help you. Thick black smoke is pouring on Tuesday from the port of Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, located on the Gulf of Oman, as one of the UAE's only oil terminals south of the Strait of Hormuz, following a drone attack this morning on oil storage tanks. And other infrastructure at the port of Iran, by Iran, is blown up. I mean, take a look at it. I'll show you video right here of an Iranian one-way attack drone slamming into the port of Duqm in Oman this morning as Iran continues to launch both drones and missiles at the Gulf nations and countries across the Middle East. Here's more photos of the Salalah port in the Omani Dhofar Governorate. You can see these economic areas being hit by Iran in retaliation for the U.S. strikes. Take a look right here. Israel is now evacuating its embassy staff.
Not Israel.
UAE, including Dubai and Abu Dhabi, back to Israel. They did that in a special operation. More Israel strikes, of course, in Iran. What we learned took place earlier today. The building housing Iran's assembly of experts in Qom was entirely destroyed by several strikes from the Israeli Air Force, with senior Israeli officials stating that the target was a meeting of the Iranian Supreme Council, where government and religious leaders were gathering to choose a new supreme leader today. Israel struck while they were counting the votes for the appointment of a new supreme leader. So Israel and the United States killed the Ayatollah, and now there was this meeting, what's called the Assembly of the Experts in the city of Qom in Iran. And while that meeting was taking place and you had this assembly of experts, this council of about 90 senior clerics, which was going to be electing Iran's new supreme leader, Israel and the United States struck the building where the counting of those votes were happening. And I suppose the plan by the United States and Israel, although I wouldn't call it a plan, is what, just to kind of kill everybody? And if you kill everybody, then you think that there will be sympathy in the population. I just think it's important to note that, we all should agree, I think, that the Ayatollah was terroristic, despicable, you name it. What a horrible and repressive regime. We also have to remember the Ayatollah, though, was a spiritual leader for 300 million plus Shiites in the region. And now in areas actually where the Ayatollah was unpopular, now there's support and radicalization against, even more so, against the United States right now as a result of everything that's unfolded. As I mentioned at the outset of this video, gas prices, oil prices are surging. The national average price of gasoline yesterday saw its largest single-day rise since March 4th, 2022. Rising 12 cents a gallon. We know that with Iran severely limiting, if not closing at some points, the Strait of Hormuz, that is impacting the ability to get oil, to get the crude, to get the liquefied natural gas that is out of the region. It's actually been a huge help to Russia, because the Russia oil, Russia crude, Russia is now in higher demand. So Russia, which was struggling economically, is actually benefiting from this. I've seen people say it's like Putin, said to Donald Trump, hey, you know what would be really helpful as we're financially struggling here? Can you do this for us as well? That would be fantastic. As our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, says, I can't stand all of this winning. Look, the market this morning opened up horrifically. You basically had all the indexes down about 2%. Of course, that will fluctuate throughout the day and before and after I do this video. So I don't want to specifically say it's this number or that number. But at some points, the various indexes were down close to 2.5%. And those markets were tanking at least earlier in the day. Again, all different nations are being drawn into this. France has deployed its fighter jets over the United Arab Emirates to protect its naval and air bases against Iranian attacks, but it will not be sending, as of now, the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier to assist. It's trying to just keep a defensive posture. Oil production has been fully suspended at the Ramallah oil field near Basra City, Iraq's largest and the world's second largest oil field, citing high capacity of storage tanks at southern ports due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Security alerts being issued by the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia moments ago. Security alert, threat of imminent missile UAV attacks over the area. This threat is imminent. Take cover immediately in your residence on the lowest available floor and away from windows. Do not go outside. We have, I think it's important to recognize too, one, what the people in the Middle East are going through, and also the fact that America had a lot of citizens and a lot of people abroad in this area with no plan to evacuate, to help, to extract them, and with all of the Doge destruction of the State Department. By the way, we didn't even have ambassadors to a lot of these countries in the Middle East because the Trump regime's whole reason for existence is destroying the government. So the State Department's gutted, our ability to evacuate.
Now, we do know that there's a possibility that he is gone, just like Biden is gone and we didn't know it, right? Them people over in Israel are crying. And I'm still hearing that he gone. Now, I know people saying that he did an interview the other day, but hell, so did Biden. So did Biden. Biden's still doing interviews. But the Epstein file said he was assassinated in 2016. I'm just saying. We done heard their asses crying and begging earlier. Saying, please, please, please leave us alone. Yeah. And they doing some sabotage stuff. Over at Qatar, they doing their red flag. Red flag. I need a side by side. I need to see if he got these bags and shit up under his eyes. I need to see if he got that hook crook right there on his mouth. I need some side by sides. I need some side by sides. I need to make sure them eyebrows are the same. Because now, I don't know, they play too many games for me. They play too many clone games. Hell, now they got one of them androids with a whole big old rash in the back of Trump's neck. His neck ain't even necking no more. Trump, are you that baby that? What you like?
Is completely gutted. We've attacked the rest of we've attacked our allies, so we have no one who really wants
now
to
we
help
got
us
prisoners
right now.
of war.
It's a big.
Yeah, we got pilots that done been captured. We got pilots that's been captured. I saw one earlier where he his parachute and they was had sticks on it. Oh God, that neck look. Oh baby, that neck look bad. Oh my God. I guess it's allergic to the makeup or the hair dye or something. This new I was finna call it android. This new I just saw something that was funny. I was not expecting it. Are y'all ready for a laugh? Are y'all ready for a laugh? It looked like a harbor rash. It looked like the more than a heebie-jeebie. Are y'all ready for a laugh? Get the likes up. I was not expecting this. Woo! Lord have mercy. What do they got me looking at? Y'all hit the like button, please. Did y'all catch that? Hope this man has home insurance, baby. Baby. Oh. You wasn't trying to get in that. She knew that. Oh. Let me get off of that. She knew that bathtub couldn't handle the two of them. Hell, it could only handle one.
Problem right now. Iraq is suspending oil
Says
shipments
when you like them
through the
extra.
main pipeline linking the Kurdistan region to Turkey. Bloomberg is reporting that. Give you some additional information. While all of this is taking place, Donald Trump says, I guess what our plan should be is maybe we will support militia groups and maybe Kurdish factions in northwestern Iran. Maybe they can help us and act as ground forces to attack the Islamic Republic so America doesn't send boots on the ground. Officials say that Trump has not made a final decision on this about whether he would provide arms, training, or intelligence support to anti-regime groups, although he keeps on telling the people of Iran, rise up, take over. It's yours now. Take over Iran. Well, when you said that to them last month or in January, you didn't help them. And thousands, tens of thousands, 30,000, maybe more Iranians were massacred listening to you when you betrayed them. And by the way, you also have betrayed the Kurds. You've repeatedly betrayed the Kurds. I don't know how any Kurdish group can trust a word of what Donald Trump says. He'll throw them under the bus in a moment and just wants to throw them into the meat grinder.
Are y'all seeing these? Y'all see? Is that the same one? Yeah. Oh, that was him that they found. Baby, it hunts them down. You hear me? And make them think that it's gone. And it's right there. It releases something and attaches itself. And as soon as it touches, right there. His parachute comes. There's parachute. This is not our war. And then they capture him. His neck, his neck ain't naked. neck is not necking anymore. What the hell? It ain't necking no more. Did you see that rash? They got him. Oh, that they not do anything to him. Thank God for the parachute. But I've been seeing all type of stuff like this. All type of stuff like this. This is not our war. Yeah, them look like two color different pants on. Let me find another one. And then they find it. Yeah, it's all type of stuff. Hold on. Oh wow, look at Jerusalem. I don't know. BB Netanyahu may not have made it, y'all. Israel may not have made it through. They may have a clone for him. And you know what? A guy I used to interact with. Why are you saying interact, girl? Well, you know, that was in the military. I got a little reel from him today. I didn't want to say it. I was really, really, really happy to see a reel from him. I didn't want to check and realize that there had been no movement, you know, or what have you. I just got another one. So that's what made me think about it. But I am really happy. I think he's been in the Navy, Air Force, and the Army. He should have retired a long time ago. But I think he's a chaplain. Something to do with a chaplain. But I'm glad to see that he is okay, because last week I saw him leaving in his military uniform. So I was like, oh, Lord. Oh, my God. Child, please. I don't have more than a boyfriend. But anyway, let's finish this up, because Miss...
I just found this fascinating too yesterday. I won't play the video again. I showed
And
it
this
in
is
an earlier
3-3.
video. Even when Donald Trump was trying to do this event for veterans and give out the
This
Medal
was
of Honor awards,
a missile that hit him today. Hit them today.
we can't even get the neck ribbon right. Donald Trump
Here go another one,
struggled to put
y'all.
the Medal of Honor.
Here go another one. I keep trying to tell y'all. I be seeing them all over the place. Israel media confirms regarding Israel Prime Minister has been ill in an Iranian attack. I don't know why I'm seeing this, but I'm telling you, every time I turn around, that's why that one with that Fox 4 guy, I don't believe nothing about Fox 4. I think a lot of their stuff is staged. But I am seeing, so I need for him to come out, you know. He needs to come out. Let me see his mouth, his eyes, his eyebrows, them big ass ears. I you know, something that I need to see it. I need for y'all to hit the like button. Miss Tom, you play too much. Now, who is this guy? Who is this?
On the recipient, and the neck
Let me
ribbon
back
was
this
like,
up, 'cause I ain't been
it's
paying
yours
attention.
now. Take over Iran. Well, when you said that to them last month or in January, you didn't help them. And thousands, tens of thousands,
Oh, shit.
30,000,
Okay,
maybe
hold
more.
on. Hold on. Here we go. Now, that look like him. Do that not look like him? This guy right here? That was a long time ago. I wouldn't be on here right now if I had a dude in the military. That I know I just saw get on the plane. Not get on the plane, but he was walking in his uniform. Oh my God, I would be sick as a dog. I done been through them Budapest. I done been through them long exchanges. Oh, you see? Do y'all see what I'm seeing right here? Why is this blinking? No, you will not, Monty. You can't let no rumor. See, that's what I'm talking about. These new cats nowadays. You can't see his eyebrow. Stop that. Y'all people are funny. But this is him, the military, trying to work on him. Monty, you gonna let somebody make a statement? Hey, Queen. No show didn't. Israeli did not expect this. Like, lit their ass up like a, see, and this is what is irritating me, because Trump, if Israel wasn't expecting it, I know good and damn well Trump wasn't. It looked like the 4th of damn July. I don't know, y'all. Hit the like. I can too. You can see his eyebrows way over there on the other side of his injuries. Child, you are funny to me. Okay, so in 2000, there were 9 countries without a Rothschild-owned central bank. Iraq, gone. Syria, gone. Afghanistan, gone. Sudan, gone. Libya, gone. Venezuela, North Korea, Cuba, and Trump talking about Cuba, and Iran up next. And that's the Simpsons. Don't y'all be watching these people? So there's an agenda. They underestimated Iran, baby. I'm going to tell you that now. They underestimated Iran. Iran said, oh, I got something for you. Trump, I told him everything. Silly rabbit with the big ass hips. Tricks are for kids. Pull up your damn diaper.
Last month or in January, you didn't help them. And thousands, tens of thousands, 30,000, maybe more Iranians were massacred listening to you when you betrayed them. And by the way, you also have betrayed the Kurds. You've repeatedly betrayed the Kurds. I don't know how any Kurdish group can trust a word of what Donald Trump says. He'll throw them under the bus in a moment and just wants to throw them into the meat grinder. I just found this fascinating too yesterday. I won't play the video again. I showed it in an earlier video. Even when Donald Trump was trying to do this event for veterans and give out the Medal of Honor awards, if you just take a look at the neck ribbon, we can't even get the neck ribbon right. Donald Trump struggled to put the Medal of Honor on the recipient, and the neck ribbon was like choking the guy like a collar. Like this, they can't even get the size of the neck ribbon for the Medal of Honor correctly. They do everything.
I see Jen and the one.
Everything wrong. On Capitol Hill today, you have Kristi Noem.
I look up from all of this right here, and Jenny done nabbed the one. Jenny said, well, you better watch what you say, motherfucker. Did he aeroplane? Did you hit the like button before you got nabbed? Huh? I can't even watch the goings on without you coming over here thinking that you was going to be slick with the lips. And Janice said, I don't think so. I don't think so. Hello. Yeah, no, I think they underestimated. Look at them, y'all running. Thank God you're alive, little girl. You may want to give your life to the real Jesus Christ. All of this fake stuff. They underestimated, but Russia, I don't know. He said that they are targeting these
Time is running out. I believe that only the United States can lead this vital international effort to stop the nuclearization.
1996.
Regimes is Iran, but the deadline for attaining this goal is getting extremely
Just
close.
lying.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade. Iran's completed the first stage. By next spring, at most.
He was really scared of Iran, wasn't he? Iran.
Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years. Time is running out. I believe that only the United States can lead this vital international effort to stop the nuclearization. The most dangerous of these regimes is Iran, but the deadline for attaining this goal is getting extremely close. Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs.
He was really scared of Iran.
Iran's completed the first stage. By next spring, at most, by next summer, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there,
Prayers for the whole world. I agree.
For the first bomb.
But
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs. They have the...
What about anywhere else?
Preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to do it. If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months.
I need to make sure he still got that fever blister on his mouth. Let's go.
Is testifying, and she's doing horrible. And on a bipartisan basis, she's getting grilled. Department of Homeland Security Secretary who runs the ICE and Border Patrol Gestapo. Check back in a little bit. I'll do a whole video on the Kristi Noem hearing. But I want to focus on another hearing right now, which is you have the Undersecretary of Defense, Elbridge Colby is the guy's name. And he's testifying before the Senate. And there was this great questioning by Senator Warren, who was cross-examining Kobe in the Trump in the Trump administration, and she's saying, okay, well, you claim that you're not for interventionism, you're not for endless war, but Marco Rubio and everybody in your regime is saying we intervened in Iran for regime change because Israel was going to strike Iran. Isn't that interventionism? That's what we do. I want you to watch as this Elbridge Colby guy, who's like the number 2 at the Defense Department, he's basically the right hand of Pete Hegseth. Watch him squirm under this cross-exam by Elizabeth Warren. Let's play this clip.
So you think America first?
A mother stretches one plate across all.
You can't see that hook over there. You can't see it. You can't see this over there. Now, I don't know if you got some reptilian eyes. You can't see on the other side or over there. I'm trying to see what that lip do. Them big ass ears. Yeah, it's that thing over here that I'm trying to see, not this one. What I was looking at was over here. See, I'm looking at this over here. And this right here. Those are his eyes. You see what I'm talking about? Oh, that one. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, this one. And now I'm looking for this. Dang it. Because those are the ears, those are his bags, that eye. So this one look like it's thicker over here. That look like that's him. What? Who asked for? As far as the war. Y'all, does that look like him? That look like him to me. Does that look like BB? See, he not talking, so I can't see if his mouth had the hook. The war, yeah. Y'all, does that look like BB in the rubble? They're saying he's been killed. And I don't even want to... Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. But that ain't what he had on in the rubble. So did he do... Was he talking and then later he got hit? When was this? Because this right here... Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that?
Carter, what are you doing?
So this right here, okay, let's see if he has that pen on. Let's see if he got those pens. Hold on. I don't see the pens. Let me look without y'all. Let me look without y'all. I'm looking for the pens. Yeah, I don't see the pens on it. I don't know if that's him. Hey, Big L. Hey. I mean, I don't understand. Oh, man. I'm getting mixed reports on if he's alive or
A father
not.
skips meals.
I don't know.
Means starting a war anywhere, anytime. You know, I'm confused because
Oh, this
you're
is
here
Christy
to
Noem.
discuss the Trump administration's national
Oh,
defense
no, this is about the
strategy,
war.
and I'll quote it back to you. No longer will the department be distracted by interventionism, endless wars, regime change, and nation building. Close quote. Interventionism, that means going to another country and bombing them. Endless wars, wars that may last, we don't know how long because there's no clear end point. Regime change, which the president has said this is all about, and nation building. Evidently, the president seems to think he's going to come in and build a different Iran. Now, is that putting America first and
Think he gonna build a whole nother Iran? He's not dead. I highly doubt it.
Talk about the threat posed by Iran and the need to have credible military options, and I don't think this is, as we understand,
they
from
get
him and
whooped.
the military campaign. This is
Oh Lord,
this
they
is not
listen.
endless, as the president
Under Iran and Big L, have you heard them people over there crying, saying, "Please, you won, you won." Y'all see these messes? Y'all see this? They are not playing. Iran was underestimated. They were underestimated. And it's still coming. I totally left some serious instructions. They ain't playing. They ain't tired. And now they tried to incorporate.
I just need to say hi. I miss home so much. It's hard out here. I'm trying to stay strong. I really am. I'll be okay. trying to stay strong. I really am. I'll be okay.
Oh yeah, she ain't faking.
I just need to say hi. I miss
Bless
home
her
so
heart,
much. It's
Lord.
hard out here. I'm trying to stay strong. I
Protect
really
them,
am.
Lord.
I'll be okay.
Look how red her face is.
So much.
This just don't make sense.
I'm trying to stay strong.
Oh, so listen, they playing. They playing. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I wouldn't be wanting them playing with me like that. Iranian new claim 560 U.S. troops have been ill or injured. Trump says it's only 12. All I know is that this is not our war. It said this is not Gaza. This is Israel. Well, the problem, Prada Gucci, we can't take the word of Trump. I'm gonna be honest. I believe it more than I believe Trump. I believe them more than I believe Trump. Oh wow. Israel today. I believe them more than I believe Trump. And that's just the honest to God truth. He's lied about everything from jump. Oh yeah, nah, I can't believe Trump at all. He'll have us being bombed in a minute, and then they over there bombing Qatar. Don't want to be Qatar next up in line, so they bombing Qatar's oil. I mean, you know, at least the Iranians are saying, yeah, we bombing the foreign U.S. military sites because they bombed us, but they not claiming the oil. They saying that's Israel who sent a missile to blow up Qatar's. I thought they was cool. But y'all remember, T-Sippers, I need for y'all to put y'all remember hat on when they was going to have that fake peace treaty mess. It was 3 people from Qatar, wasn't it, Saudi, that was on their way to the peace treaty that did not agree with what Trump and Israel had going on, and they had that mysterious car crash. We ain't heard nothing else about it. They were coming to vote against whatever they had going on. And then we just heard earlier where they was crying, asking Iran to leave them alone. Please, you won, please, please, please. Even Saudi is not on Israel's side. So I wonder how Trump feel now. And he done got us in this bullshit crap. And you been sending our money over there thinking that you was finna come up. Y'all had a tight plan. And see what y'all plan got you. All because you was protecting Israel. You was protecting them because they was putting money in your pocket. Some of the Israel prime ministers were in the Epstein files, men and women. Yeah, man, come on. And Trump didn't save y'all asses. I mean, Clinton didn't save y'all. Oh, no, that one got those pins on it. I don't know, y'all. Ooh. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm so glad I don't eat meat no more. Let's finish this off, y'all.
I don't think that's what that nation building, endless wars, that's definitely
that's
not.
Actually the very following your own and nation building. Evidently, the president seems to think he's going to come in at first means starting a war anywhere, anytime. You know,
without going through Congress.
Confused because you're here to discuss the Trump.
Elizabeth Warren, let's play this clip.
So you think America first means starting a war anywhere, anytime? You know, I'm confused because you're here to discuss the Trump administration's national defense strategy, and I'll quote it back to you. No longer will the department be distracted by interventionism, endless wars, regime change, and nation building. Close quote. Interventionism, that means going to another country and bombing them. Endless wars, wars that may last, we don't know how long because there's no clear end point. Regime change, which the president has said this is all about, and nation building. Evidently, the president seems to think he's going to come in and build a different Iran. Now, is that
Senator,
putting America first and following your own foreign
I think I would
policy
characterize it fundamentally differently. The defense strategy does talk about the threat posed by Iran and the need to have credible military options, and I don't think this is, as we understand from him and in the goals of the military campaign, this is certainly not nation building. This is not going to be endless, as the president.
So this is not, in your mind, interventionism?
I don't think this is, no, I don't think that's what that nation building, endless wars, that's definitely
That's
not.
actually the very first word in the Department of Defense.
Interventionism is a more, I would say, kind of responsibility to protect or something. It's obviously not.
Really? And we didn't do this in order to try to protect Israel?
I think that's one of the goals. It's obviously we're serving our own
interests. Interventionism. And how about the endless war part?
Well, I don't think
is there a clear goal that we will know when this is over?
Well, the president's going to decide exactly how we do it. The military campaigns have clearly defined
and the regime change part, remind me about that. The president, of course, has called it regime change. Do you disagree with him?
No, I think the president has said that this is an opportunity for the people of Iran to rise up and overthrow their oppressors. But as he indicated, the Venezuela model could
Does
be
that
one the
sound
other
like
day.
regime change?
I think the goals of the military, obviously, allowing the Iranian people to take this matter into their own hands is one of the options here for the American military campaign.
So that's great. So the Trump administration first says it's going to be America first, then puts out a national defense strategy, and then goes to war alongside Israel illegally, unconstitutionally. And that is now the policy of the Trump administration. Say one thing in a campaign, write it down on paper, and then go do whatever the hell you want.
The time
that
of the
wrong.
senator has some other grim news to report as well.
Wow.
We now know that there's about 140 people who were killed in the strike at the Manab girls' school in Iran. Remember, that number was going up, and I had said it was going to be over 100 or so. 140 people killed, 110 were students. As it was a little girls, it was a girls' school and boys as well. 66 boys, 54 girls. All 26 female teachers at the school were killed. 4 parents of these students were also among the dead. The strike is the deadliest single incident reported in the current U.S.-Israeli bombing campaign, and no one in the Trump regime even acknowledges it or says sorry or says that was a mistake. There's just nothing. There's no humanity in any of this. Also, with those 6 U.S. service members who were killed in Kuwait. One of the things that we've also talked about is that, and CBS is reporting, prior to the attack, there were discussions on the ground about whether the Tactical Operations Center should not even be used, as it concentrated too many troops in a location that wasn't defensible. And this was raised through the chain of command, and it was ignored. It was ignored, and that's what resulted in the death of our soldiers. It could have actually been avoided. So we'll keep you posted throughout the day. It's everything that's going on right now there. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers, and thanks for watching.
Yeah, we got our ships are being hit. Is this today? Our USS Abraham Lincoln is on fire.
A lot is going to be happening in the upcoming days, so let me tell you what you can expect.
Russia is about to supply Iran with helicopters. Russia is also going to supply Iran with man-pad shoulder-fired missiles that can lock onto American jets. China is going to supply Iran with a specialized radar system that can detect American stealth jets and stealth bombers. And America has said that they are thinking about
That happened yesterday.
the B-2 bomber, the B-52 bomber, and the other B-something bomber in the upcoming days, which is kind of crazy because last time in the 12-day war, Iran would man.
I know Putin ain't happy.
So let me tell you what you can expect. Russia is about to supply Iran with helicopters. Russia is also going to supply Iran with man-pad shoulder-fired missiles that can lock onto American jets. China is going to supply Iran.
What is Ukraine doing?
Specialized radar system that can detect American stealth jets and stealth bombers. And America has said that they are thinking about using the B-2 bomber, the B-52 bomber, and the other B-something bomber in the upcoming days, which is kind of crazy because last time in the 12-day war, they used the B-2 bomber only on the final day before begging Iran for a ceasefire. America is clearly losing because they are already contemplating using the B-52, the B-2, and the other B bomber right now.
Definitely losing.
America is not as strong as it.
But it ain't our war.
A lot is going to be happening in the upcoming days, so let me tell you what you can expect. Russia is about.
Oh, they're still trying to recover. Wow.
Oh no, what is that?
Oh Lord, United States and Israel are using cruise missiles in an attack on Iran.
Oh no, what is that?
I wouldn't want to be in Dubai right now. Everybody be trying to run to Dubai.
I have no idea where Congressman Jared Moskowitz is on this issue. Recently,
Israeli media has confirmed the death of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We are getting reports from Jerusalem. Israeli media has confirmed the death of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We are getting reports from Jerusalem.
He gonna have a clone, y'all.
The death of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We are getting reports from Jerusalem.
We can't help you. It's the message. It's loud and clear. We just got this message here in Israel from the embassy. It reads, I'm quoting here,
They
the U.S.
stuck.
embassy is not in a position at this time to evacuate or directly assist Americans in departing
They
Israel.
stuck.
Those are the words from the ambassador, Mike Huckabee, and frankly, they're consistent with what Americans are hearing.
The same Huckabee that was talking to,
We
oh
were
boy.
alerted in 14 countries last night to leave immediately. People were told on their own using commercial options, which is simply an incredible irony given that in almost all of the countries listed, there are no commercial options to leave right now. And in fact, in 6 of them, there isn't even
I think
a confirmed
Dubai,
sitting
was it
U.S.
Dubai?
ambassador, including in Saudi Arabia, where the massively fortified embassy has been hit. It's a stunning situation, and I was struck by the words of the
Why
general
did they
that's
not
currently
get
stuck in
these
Dubai,
U.S. people
formerly
up out of
commanding
there?
the base in Kuwait, such an important base. I've been through there on my way to Afghanistan to report a story, and he was simply shocked by the situation, saying,
It's a little bit disheartening and a little bit envious to hear that the BBC has announced that the UK government is actually arranging transport for the British citizens to be able to extract them, whereas here for us as Americans, we feel abandoned. The State Departments, I've talked to 2 embassy personnel, 2 different embassies. They are in survival mode, quite frankly, because as we know, the administration reduced their budget
wasn't
by
prepared.
almost 1/2.
his words are sobering. We can't help you. It's the message. It's loud and clear. We just got this message here in Israel from the embassy. It reads,
This is
I'm
messed
quoting here,
up.
the U.S. Embassy is not in a position at this time to evacuate or directly assist Americans in departing Israel. Those are the words from the ambassador, Mike Huckabee, and frankly, they're consistent with what Americans are hearing across this region. You know, we all were alerted.
And he just made a statement about Israel should control the whole Middle East. And look at what's happening now. Now Huckabee saying ain't nothing we can do for you. Man, these people on his Trump administration, they cold-blooded, baby. Anybody who believe in them, they should be ashamed of themselves. I don't give a shit. I am so happy, Lord. I can only be true. I am so glad when I check with my little brother that he retired. He retired the beginning of the year when Trump went into office. Thank God. No matter how many medals and how many of them little buttons and shit they have on that man don't care nothing about none of them. He's using them for his own greed, his own a sick fetish. Because what's going on right now would not be happening had them Epstein files not came near and dear. Yeah, and hit the like button. Hold on. Let me see what's next before I go. I got about 10, 15 more minutes with y'all. Then I got to come back with Candace. Like, I think I got it set for 8, 9, whatever. Yeah, this is crazy. And, you know, I hate to say anything negative because I already had my feel on Trump and, you know, where he was going and what he was doing. And, you know, this is crazy. That's all I'm going to say. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, yeah, this definitely has escalated. Federal judge rules against Trump. Then the death threat rose. Oh, yeah, he spoke against Trump and his tariffs, and he started getting people knocking on his door, asking for his wife, all type of crazy stuff. Yes, them domes failed. Iron domes failed. That was Trump's thing. What did I put in the title today? What's the red flags? Hold on. I think that's over here. Hold on. Y'all hit the like button. It was Qatar. And they tried to put it on
Saudi Arabia's state oil company, Aramco, shut down its oil refinery in Ras Tanura after drone strikes.
U.S. bases.
They lying. They trying to put that on Iran. And it's Israel. Hey,
in retaliation. And
just hating. They need that all.
Company.
Because remember, Trump was trying to say he was going to make deals. He had agreed to go and talk with Iran about they all like he had won. Fool, are you crazy? Let's go. Saudi oil refinery shut down after drone attack, and they tried to put it on Iran. Mohammed, whatever his name, said I don't think so.
Oil refinery in Ras Tanura after drone strikes were carried out, allegedly, targeted by Iran. Now, there has been Saudi Arabia's state oil company, Aramco, shut down its oil refinery in Ras Tanura after drone strikes were carried out, allegedly, targeted by Iran. Now, there has been a larger wave of attacks on energy infrastructure in the Gulf in response to Israel and America's bombing campaign against Iran. And now there are serious concerns about how this expanding war will impact the world's economy. Now, Cenk, before I give you some of the details, there have been some, contradicting reports about who targeted Saudi Arabia.
This is a bit shocking, and it's not confirmed yet. We'll give you the details. We'll give you the facts. But there's a report that the Israelis might have hit Saudi Arabia as a false flag operation to draw them. Confirmed yet. We'll give you the details. We'll give you the facts.
Hold on.
There's a report that the Israelis might have hit Saudi.
Yeah, let me let y'all hear this first. This is what I was looking for a while ago, as far as the red flags. Our boy, right here.
Last night.
This was last night.
And Saudi Arabia authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. Last night. Qatar and Saudi Arabia authorities arrested
as a
Mossad
false flag
agents planning
operation
on committing
to draw
bombings
them
in those countries.
into the war against
That's
Iran.
Doesn't make any sense.
Mossad.
Why would the Israelis be committing
Mossad
bombings?
agents.
Last night, in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombing? Last night, in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis, last night, in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird.
Hey,
That doesn't
Dorothy.
make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in two Gulf countries, which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman. And
Playing
Kuwait.
everybody.
Last night.
Don't that sound like Trump?
Last night, in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those
Now,
countries.
who does Epstein
that's
work for?
weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in two Gulf countries, which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side?
Who does Epstein work for?
Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait. Last night, in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in two Gulf countries, which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait. Last night.
Check it out.
In Qatar and
Y'all
Saudi
see where I'm
Arabia,
going with that?
authorities
Let's go over here now. Let's hear
After
this.
drone strikes were carried out, allegedly, targeted by Iran. Now, there has been a larger wave of attacks on energy infrastructure in the Gulf in response to Israel and America's bombing campaign against Iran. And now there are serious concerns about how this expanding war will impact the world's economy. Now, Cenk, before I give you some of the details, there have been some, contradicting reports about who targeted Saudi Arabia.
This is a bit shocking, and it's not confirmed yet. We'll give you the details. We'll give you the facts. But there's a report that the Israelis might have hit Saudi Arabia as a false flag operation to draw them into the war against Iran. And Let's see if, that story gets confirmed, but let's give you the details first.
Yes, and remember, we're in the fog of war. So sometimes things appear pretty clear, and then it turns out you have more details later that go against that narrative. Now, before we get any further, again, it is important to remember we're in the fog of war, and there's all sorts of intentionally misleading propaganda out there. So it is not confirmed that Iran struck Saudi oil infrastructure. I want to be clear about that. So the Aramco oil refinery, if you're unfamiliar with it, houses one of the Middle East's largest refineries and actually has the capacity to refine 550,000 barrels per day. It serves as a critical export terminal for Saudi crude oil and is a key supplier of transport fuels like diesel for buyers in Europe. Now, according to the official Saudi press agency, there was a limited fire at the plant caused by debris from the interception of 2 drones that were targeting the facility. The question here is, whose drones were they? Right? Now, there were no injuries reported, thankfully, and the blaze was brought under control. However, Aramco quickly shut down the refinery as a precautionary measure. Now, Iran is actually denying that they were responsible for any strikes in Saudi Arabia specifically. Iran's deputy foreign minister told CNN the following: "We have already been in touch with our Saudi brothers, and we have talked about this issue. Iran is not responsible for the attack against the oil installations in Saudi Arabia." On top of that, I think it's worth noting that a friend of the show and wonderful journalist Ryan Grimm wrote that Saudi Arabia will eventually be able to figure out where the missile came from that struck their oil field, because there were strikes on the oil field as well. And if it's confirmed it was Israel, that'll have regional implications for a generation. Now, some of you might be wondering, Israel, who's blaming this on Israel? Well, interestingly enough, today on Tucker Carlson's show, he made a pretty bold claim, and it had to do with the arrests of Mossad agents in other Arab countries. I want you to listen to what he has to say here, and then we'll discuss, the likelihood of this. Take a look.
Israel wanted to hurt these countries. That's the point. Wanted to hurt these countries. Wanted to sow chaos and disorder because they are rivals of Israel. So it's probably hasn't been reported, but it's a fact that last night in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in 2 Gulf countries, which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait. And they've succeeded.
Now, Tucker's claim is that Israel wants the United States to have a bad relationship with these Gulf countries. Now, those Gulf countries, of course, currently have our bases located within them. And so the idea is that eventually Israel is going to want the U.S. to leave the Middle East entirely, considering the fact that they want to be the hegemon in the Middle East. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's good arguments to be made on both sides here. So let's dive into the nuance. So first off, on attacking UAE, I don't get that at all, because UAE is totally in the pocket of Israel. So, if they bother to attack them on top, I mean, that is arrogance, on steroids. But so I just don't quite get it.
Let's go to the second video, because he explains, it's 37 seconds, because he explains why, right?
Okay, and then but I do want to get to something that backs up what he's saying.
Yep.
But okay, let's watch.
Take a look.
The final thing you'd have to do is get the U.S. out of the Middle East. Why would you want the United States out? Well, because the United States, while not doing a very good job of constraining Israel, has been issuing requests in any case to Israel for a long time, and that's very annoying. Imagine if we were getting the same kind of communiques from, Ottawa, and they were like, you can't do this, you can't do that. We'd say, buzz off at a certain point. Back off, Canada. We're doing what we want. We're a great power. So you have to get the United States out.
So that's the claim that he's making. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, look, at least there's a little bit of rationale there because the Greater Israel does include a lot of the Gulf. And now,
Turkey.
And so that's what I was going to get to is that, like, it looks like they're going for Greater Israel now, right? And so almost all the Middle Eastern countries' defenses have been obliterated. Now, in this particular war, they came in, the U.S. did, saying, oh, the nukes that don't exist at all, right? Or regime change, et cetera. But now we're on to roadside bombs, and we have to destroy their navy. We have to destroy every single ballistic missile, maybe every handgun. I mean, like, it's absurd. Why? Because Israel needs them neutered. Don't forget, Noble Mobile saving you a ton of money. So a lot of people are signing up now and beginning to realize, what the hell? Why am I paying so much for this? But then they also have to go south for Greater Israel, and that's a lot of the Gulf. Same context, literally nothing changes. .com/switch. All right, we'll be right back. But Israel has already said that their next target is Turkey, which is, I can't get past how mental that is. It's a NATO country, okay? And now that's going up north, but then they also have to go south for Greater Israel, and that's a lot of the Gulf. So, well, the UAE is the biggest suckers in the world. They think that if they hand over their cybersecurity to Israel, a bunch of morons. So Israel owns them, and they can do anything they want to UAE. Those idiots trust them. Oh, no, they're on our side. Israel isn't on anyone's side but Israel, okay? So now come back around to what is a piece of evidence that supports this theory. Well, the Iranians took credit for all the other attacks, right? On Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, and Qatar. There was a rumor out that maybe Israel did Qatar too. And in fact, there Tucker mentions that they might have caught Mossad agents in Qatar, right? But no, for the moment being, Iran has claimed attacking Qatar. But that's interesting because that's a juxtaposition to Iran going, what? Saudi Arabia? We didn't attack Saudi Arabia. Because they're bragging about all the other attacks. They're saying, oh, hell yeah, we hit them. And you see if you're safe now, UAE, when they hit Dubai. But on Saudi Arabia, they're like, what are you talking about? We didn't do that at all, right?
Right.
So that's a big, big difference there. And that's what makes me think maybe there's something to that. In terms of, did they catch Mossad or not in those countries? Well, presumably we're going to find out, right? I mean, we might not. Maybe they'll bury the news, etc. But if we find out, then they did, right? But for now, that's not a good enough source for me to say it definitively happened, right? So I come back to, I don't know who hit Saudi Arabia, but now Israel is on the table. Yes.
And Cenk, just to bolster what you say about the Iranians taking ownership of some of the other attacks they've made, I want to go to C2 here. So this is Iranian foreign minister on CNN, I believe, talking about how they did, in fact, attack and bomb U.S. bases in some of these Gulf countries. Take a look.
Sir, if that's a red line for you, why is attacking U.S. military bases abroad justified?
But because they are attacking us. They are U.S. military, installations, facilities, bases who are attacking us. We are under attack. Why don't you, recognize this fact? We are under the attack by U.S. forces in the region. So we have every right to defend ourselves. And how to defend ourselves? We attacked, the U.S. bases. This is obvious. This is a very simple fact. And I hope that, and I'm sure that people would understand that. We are not the one who attacked Americans. We are only defending ourselves.
So there you have it. It's not like they're shy when it comes to taking responsibility for some of the attacks.
Yeah, and there was actually another important clue in there. But first, what an absurd question.
I know. And by the way, that was NBC for our audio listeners, not CNN.
They're like, now, we've attacked your country. We've killed your top 49 leaders. We've bombed hospitals and elementary schools.
Right. Y'all please double tap the face of your phone or hit the three dots at the top right corner. Get the likes up. We need to get the likes up.
But you have the temerity to attack us back? Yeah, that's kind of how war works.
Yeah, that's how war works. I
can't believe she even asked that question.
I'm glad she did, though. I'm glad she did.
There was actually another important
That's
clue
why
in there,
I said
first,
it. They didn't do the all
by the way, that was
in Qatar
NBC for our audio
they would have claimed it.
Not CNN.
They're like, now, we've attacked your country. We've killed your top 49 leaders. We've bombed hospitals and elementary schools. But you have the temerity to...
We attacked, the under attack. Why don't you, recognize this fact? We are under the attack by U.S. forces in the region. So we have every right to defend ourselves. And how to defend ourselves? We attacked, the U.S. bases. This is obvious. This is a very simple fact. And I hope that, and I'm sure that people would understand that. We are not the one who attacked Americans. We are only defending ourselves.
So there you have it. It's not like they're shy when it comes to taking responsibility for some of the attacks.
Yeah, and there was actually another important clue in there. But first, what an absurd question.
I know. And by the way, that was NBC for our audio listeners, not CNN.
They're like, now, we've attacked your country. We've killed your top 49 leaders. We've bombed hospitals and elementary schools. But you have the temerity to attack us back? Yeah, that's kind of how war works. Like, I can't believe she even asked that question.
I'm glad she did, though. I'm glad she did.
Okay, so now here's the clue buried in there. He said, yeah, of course we attacked the U.S. bases in retaliation. And every single one of these attacks that Iran is taking credit for is against a U.S. base or U.S. troops that had moved. Like in one case, they'd moved to a hotel and they hit the hotel, right? None of them are against oil fields. So, okay, it's not definitive, but that's interesting. And so we'll stay on top of the story. See.
Palestinian Christian. Have y'all had enough? I put red flag, I think, instead of false flags. I meant false flags in the title. False flags. They lying, just like 911. I've fallen.
Learning new information about the 6 individuals, or 4 of these 6, that paid the ultimate sacrifice as 6 U.S. service members died following and in support of Operation Epic Fury. We're learning their identities tonight, and I want to put up some of these here on Live Now from Fox as we continue on, including Captain Cody Cork of Lakeland, Florida. Also, we are following First Class Captain of Sergeant First Class Nicole Amore of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Also a Sergeant First Class there, Noah Tejans of Bellevue, Nebraska, and Sergeant Declan Cody of Des Moines, Iowa. They were deployed.
Oh, hold on. Let me try this one. Maybe this is...
Breaking news on the war in Iran. 4 of the 6 U.S. service members who were killed have been identified. These are their pictures just into our newsroom. All were assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command in Des Moines, Iowa. The victims died in a drone strike in Kuwait.
Meanwhile, new video into our newsroom this afternoon shows a drone strike hitting near the U.S. consulate in Dubai. ABC News has verified this video circulating online. No one was hurt, but today Israel stepped up airstrikes on Iranian missiles.
Breaking news on the war in Iran. 4 of the 6 U.S. service members who were killed have been identified. These are their pictures just into our newsroom. All were assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command in Des Moines, Iowa. The victims died in a drone strike in Kuwait.
Meanwhile, new video into our newsroom this afternoon shows a drone strike hitting near the U.S. consulate in Dubai. ABC News has verified this video circulating online. No one was hurt, but today Israel stepped up airstrikes on Iranian missile launchers. President Trump also took questions in public for the first time since the start of the war. Our Rob Hayes is live in the newsroom with all the major headlines today. Rob?
Colleen, 787 people.
Our Rob Hayes is live in the newsroom with all the
With all that gold in the back, looking like he from Tel Aviv, some damn where.
For the first time since the start of the war. Our Rob Hayes is live in the newsroom with all the major headlines today. Rob?
Colleen, 787 people are confirmed dead in Iran since the fighting
It's
began.
not
Today,
BS. What
US
is...
officials say
Oh, they ain't bull crapping. Nope.
dramatically intensify their attacks. This as this...
Nope.
New video into our newsroom this afternoon shows a drone strike hitting near the U.S. consulate.
4 of the 6 U.S. service members who were killed have been identified. These are their pictures just into our newsroom.
All were assigned to the 103rd Sustainment Command in Des Moines,
So in
Iowa.
Kuwait, so when that helicopter, that parachute,
Meanwhile, new video into our newsroom this
when we saw
afternoon
that
shows a drone
parachute,
strike hitting.
that was in
Were assigned to
Kuwait.
the 103rd Sustainment Command in Des Moines, Iowa.
They won't let me
The
catch
victims
it.
died in a drone strike in Kuwait.
Meanwhile, new video into our newsroom this afternoon shows a drone strike hitting near the U.S. consulate in Dubai. ABC News has verified this video circulating online. No one was hurt, but today Israel stepped up airstrikes on Iranian missile launchers. President Trump also took questions in public for the first time since the start of the war. Our Rob Hayes.
Just into our newsroom.
This is his fault.
103rd Sustainment Command in Des Moines,
This
Iowa.
is his fault. This was not our fight.
Drone strike in Kuwait.
Meanwhile, new video
And then you had them all on the U.S. streets, wasting time and not being prepared for war. I said this. War break out, they won't be prepared because they've been on our U.S. streets.
President Trump also took questions in public for the first time since the start of the war. Our Rob Hayes is live in the newsroom with all the major headlines today. Rob?
Colleen, 787 people are confirmed dead in Iran since the fighting began. And today, U.S. officials say they are preparing to dramatically intensify their attacks.
All because Trump is a liar and tried to cover up.
That looks to pull the U.S. out of the fighting with Iran. The U.S. Central Command releasing this video of American missile launches around the clock, targeting key Iranian administration, contradicting itself on the reason for attacking Iran. President Trump today saying he made the call to beat Iran to the punch.
I think they were going to attack first. And
so this is his war. It's his fault.
I might have forced Israel's hand.
But just
lying. You ain't forced Israel's hand. You just don't want folk to know that you got played.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces.
Today, Rubio denied that reasoning, saying it was President Trump's call. The mixed messaging sparking criticism on Capitol Hill.
Which one is it, Donald Trump? Regime change, nuclear weapons, missiles, an imminent threat to the homeland, or a preemptive strike to stop future attacks on the region?
Even well-known Republicans are slamming the administration's attack on Iran.
It's pretty clear that we're not going to gain anything more. And how do we know that? Because no one has explained.
Decision to attack, and the U.S. followed.
We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces.
Today, Rubio denied that reasoning, saying it was President Trump's call. The mixed messaging sparking criticism on Capitol Hill.
Which one is it, Donald Trump? Regime change, nuclear weapons, missiles, an imminent threat to the homeland, or a preemptive strike to stop future attacks on the region?
Even well-known Republicans are slamming the administration's attack on Iran.
It's pretty clear that we're not going to gain anything more. And how do we know that? Because no one has explained what we're there to gain.
Frustration with the war is also building outside the U.S. The UK has only offered the U.S. limited access to some of its military bases, and Spain has completely barred U.S. military aircraft from its facilities, sparking Trump to threaten a total trade embargo against the NATO ally and saying he would do as he pleases with Spain's property.
We could use it basically what we could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it.
Meantime, the U.S. State Department is urging Americans to leave 14 Middle East countries. But with commercial flights grounded, more than 1,500 embassy employees and their families are stranded. Now, those Americans stranded in the Middle East may be coming home soon. The U.S. State Department today saying it's planning to send military and charter flights to fly those people back to the U.S.
They called him a U.S. serial killer. Hold on, let's hear this.
Can any sanctions be expected? And is the UN capable of stopping Western aggression in the Middle East?
Sanctions are not to be expected. As far as I can judge, no one is pursuing unilateral sanctions against the United States. We, as the Russian Federation, are in principle not proponents of methods that undermine international economic and other relations contrary to the UN Charter. That is simply not our method. We never resort to such things. But as for others, I simply do not see an interest in using this instrument, which is employed exclusively by the West itself, primarily the United States, but increasingly in recent times, the European Union as well. Your colleagues in the public space have repeatedly asked the question of whether, for example, the International Paralympic Committee, the Olympic Committee, and other federations that hold sports competitions will be taking any decisions. The answer is absent. And it is obvious that no one will dare take such steps. I believe this reflects deep-seated changes and deep-seated problems in world politics and the world economy. The United States openly declares, and President Trump says this without embarrassment, that they will not be guided by any principles of the UN, that they will be guided solely by the interests of their own state. My colleague, Marco Rubio, says the same. Defense Secretary Hegseth regularly expresses the same thought. As for Iran, Rubio, responding to some reporters' question, recently admitted the possibility that the United States would govern Iran in the same way they declared they would govern Venezuela. Now, a similar scheme is being tried on for Cuba. Probably this is not the end because Palestine, yes, there is Trump's plan, which Arab countries expressed readiness to support. We, together with the People's Republic of China, did not object in the Security Council. But this plan also does not envisage the implementation of UN decisions on creating two states, Israel and Palestine. The state of Israel was created and behaves quite assertively, as you may notice, while a Palestinian state does not exist. And with each passing day, even the theoretical possibility of its creation evaporates. Because on the West Bank, 90% of the land is occupied by illegal settlements. In the Gaza Strip, everything has been destroyed, and plans of all kinds are being discussed, except for one in which Palestinians would be the masters there. Returning to what the UN can do, at our initiative, together with the People's Republic of China, immediately on the day the aggression began, we convened a Security Council meeting where principled assessments were voiced. I believe that is the maximum of what is possible under those conditions. The United States, as a permanent member of the Security Council, will of course not allow any decisions to be made that contradict their interests as they understand them. The other two Western members of the Security Council, France and Britain, are trying to distance themselves from what Washington is doing. President Trump publicly criticized Prime Minister Starmer for not providing military support to U.S. actions. But overall, both Paris and London will of course never encroach upon what the United States is doing right now. I think the matter is not only and not so much about this crisis. This, as I said at the outset, is a reflection of the deepest problems that have now come to the surface. Problems that consist above all in the clash between international law and the absence of international law, as was the case, say, in the 19th century, before the First World War's outcome, produced certain understandings. And then after the Second World War, the UN Charter was adopted and the United Nations was established. Now, this is no longer an argument in discussions from the American point of view. They speak openly about this, as I have already said. And it seems to me that such discussions are nevertheless necessary. From my contacts with Marco Rubio and from the contacts that President Putin has had with President Trump, we at least form the impression that the Americans want, at minimum, for their national interests to be understood and respected. And in return, they will understand and respect the national interests of other great powers, at least great powers, and such an understanding was constantly present. So we have an ongoing dialogue with American colleagues at various levels in various formats on individual crises, on individual areas of our relations. But I have no doubt whatsoever that the time is right for a principled, comprehensive conversation about how the United States sees the world, how they see themselves in that world, and what role they assign to everyone else.
Stroking his ego.
This is particularly relevant for nuclear powers, for obvious reasons. And without such a conversation, President Putin at one point proposed holding a summit of the 5 nuclear weapons states, the permanent members of the Security Council. That initiative fully retains its relevance. The conversation has been ripe for a long time. I would say it has been overripe for a long time. And I count on the Trump administration understanding this and being willing to engage in such a serious conversation.
And one more question, please, to the Honorable Minister from Brunei. Based on what was said in the opening statement, it seems like your country and Russia are on the same page on this. But if you could please reiterate your country's position on the current situation in the Middle East and what you see as the correct way of regulating the current hostilities there.
Well, thank you. Coming back to the most recent situation in the Middle East, Brunei has issued the statement that we strongly condemn the preemptive strike on Iran, I think on the 28th of February. And it's a situation that has resulted in retaliatory responses from Iran to its neighboring Arab countries, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi, United Arab Emirates, and even Oman. I think it's just deeply saddening to see this current event happening during the month of Ramadan for the Muslim, but also during the month of the Jewish month of Adar and during the Christian Lent. I think, but what makes it much more concerning was that the conflict that started was in the middle of a diplomatic effort by the Sultanate of Oman, by Said Badr, His Excellency Said Badr, the Foreign Minister, and I think trying to give diplomacy a chance. But we have seen that not working out with on the 28th of February. Brunei can only state that we strongly urge and encourage the international upholding international law, particularly the principles of the UN Charter, in terms of the respect for territorial integrity and sovereignty, and to use dialogue and diplomacy for regional peace and stability. The other part of the Middle East is, of course, Gaza, which we have always called for a ceasefire, and of course, developments have been progressing with the United States pursuing the Board of Peace. Brunei is not a member, so I can't comment much, but I think the most important part is, as always, Brunei always calls for the resolution of the Palestinian issue through the two-state solution with the pre-1967 borders respected. Thank you.
What do you consider the right way to regulate the current hostilities? You also said that international law is not working either. So what mechanisms, diplomatic or otherwise, can help prevent escalation of the conflict and prevent its expansion, including with the participation of Israel and the United States? In other words, how can what Israel and the U.S. are doing now be stopped? And how dangerous does the situation in the Middle East appear to you?
I am convinced that the mechanisms can only be political and diplomatic. We most actively supported Oman's mediation efforts. I remain in contact with my good friend, the Foreign Minister of Oman, who participated in this Geneva procedure of indirect negotiations between the United States and Iran, and who, as recently as last Friday, as did the Foreign Minister of Iran, expressed a very positive assessment following the conclusion of yet another round of these Geneva negotiations. He was at least optimistically commenting on how that latest round had ended, and was saying that just a little more remained. Everyone was indicating that there would be another contact, and that it might already be the final one. Today I watched a video recording of Stephen Witkoff's response. He is the negotiator from the American side, including on Ukraine, on essentially all matters. He was asked why everything collapsed so abruptly. I am not disclosing secrets. This is now publicly available. He answered that Iran continued to insist on its inalienable right to enrich uranium. And Jared Kushner and I, said Stephen Witkoff, realized that nothing would come of such a position, and it was time to wrap up these negotiations and move on to other methods. But the inalienable right to enrich uranium as a principle applicable without exception to all countries that are parties to the Non-Proliferation Treaty. No one has ever disputed that. We were also playing a certain mediating role. Israel approached us. The president has mentioned this more than once. And Iranian colleagues also approached us and came to visit. We always proceeded from the principle that a political and diplomatic settlement must be sought, starting from recognition of the legitimate rights, the inalienable rights under international law of every state, including, of course, Iran, and the right to enrich uranium for peaceful nuclear energy purposes is inalienable. And incidentally, it was not disputed in that very joint comprehensive plan of action for resolving the Iranian nuclear program. No one disputed the right. It is enshrined in the UN Charter, in the Non-Proliferation Treaty, in the principles of the IAEA. What the JCPOA contained were agreed limitations on that right, and exactly the same approach, we are convinced, should have been applied, in this case, as well. And we proposed a whole range of options for such a resolution. President Putin personally worked on this, and all our colleagues in Israel, in the United States, in Iran, in the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf. All of them are aware of the efforts we undertook. But to say that Iran must be the only country in the entire world to give up this right that belongs to all other states, well, that is probably not very realistic.
They learn.
Perhaps Stephen Witkoff expressed himself infelicitously, but if that was indeed the reason for beginning the aggression, that raises a great many questions. As for what mechanisms can now be employed, one could recall our initiative to form a security system in the Persian Gulf zone, which envisaged full normalization of relations between Iran and its Arab neighbors, the Arab monarchies.
What happened to this dome?
That initiative has been around for more than 20 years. We consistently held relevant
that they was
events
bragging about.
and to some degree created conditions that allowed Saudi Arabia and Iran a couple of years ago to agree to restore relations. Iran has relations with a number of other countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council, but this concept was not very enthusiastically supported by the United States under previous administrations. European countries were also not interested in it. Had it somehow taken root and formed some mechanisms that actually existed, real structures, perhaps the risks would not have been as serious as they turned out to be
It's
before
real
the start
serious, y'all.
of this war. Another mechanism, if we take the Middle
Not with
Eastern
socks.
region in a broader sense, is the well-known
Them
quartet
socks had holes in
in
them.
which Russia,
Monty.
the United States, the European Union, and the UN participated.
I mean, I wonder, does he realize now that all them people that came over acting like, oh, we had a good, they're gonna put down peaceful protest, not protest, but a peace treaty, and oh, we really good friends. He really likes me. I guess now he realized that everybody was playing in his face, stroking his ego with his dumb ass, not taking him serious about nothing, because they knew he did not know what the hell he was doing. He better know it. Oh, school tube socks. with a hole at the toes and the heels. Yeah, he done got played. Now he making it seem like our missiles, our ammunition ain't shit. That's what he said a while ago. He having to use the B2 and the B4 and the B12 and BBB and the ABCs. What they normally use as a last resort. He using that shit 3 days in. But you done gave all our good stuff away. Huh? Everything is backfiring, Dorothy. When we say everything, we mean everything. And we still talking about the Epstein files, because this is a Trump-stein. Hell, we done put your name in front of Jeff Epstein. Now, this is a Trump-stein. Sasha said that you were the ringleader, that Epstein was a damn worker. But one thing is for sure, we know Epstein worked for the Mossad, and you worked with the CIA in Israel. You with them people too, but Epstein was in it longer than you, I think. Yeah, all of y'all in the same big old pot of gumbo together. And the witch doctor, the voodoo hoodoo, has been blown out in your face. Yeah, silly rabbit. And now you got China talking about wiping the whole United Nations out, because you wanted to play with the big boys, knowing good and damn well your diaper's full of shit and it needed to been changed a whole day or two ago. You just scared of them Epstein files. You are the scariest ass elite thug I have ever seen in my damn life. You scared. You scary. And you thought Bill Shaky Hand Clinton was going to tell off on himself and make a way out for you. He said no, but he did say they had a land deal. He said, I fucked up with Jeff. I thought you said he was despicable. Now you telling Billy Shaky Hand Clinton that you hate, that you fucked up what y'all had. Type of frackalnacker bullshit is that? Now you want to push another bomb, and they ain't bombing. Iran wearing y'all asses out. You should have left them alone. Israel should have been fighting their own shit. But silly rabbit, you go along to get along. You go along to line your pockets. So that means everything that they have started over there in Israel and Gaza and Qatar, that shit is up in flames. And I hope to God that you get impeached and out before you can steal some more money from the Treasury and send it back over there for them to we ain't rebuilding shit. It wasn't ours. I promise I don't want to pay no taxes. Why we be rebuilding and it wasn't our war? Yeah, that's that devil stuff. Yeah, let me go on and finish because this is crazy as hell. And Iran was burning up their devil symbol. And I guess the devil got mad, but hell, he burned it now because Israel is on fire. And so is Qatar. Yeah, leave folk alone. Leave folk and their minerals and all that stuff. Gold, all of that. Leave all of that alone. And Africa saying, don't come over here. Don't bring that shit over here. We ain't believe none of them lies that you were saying no way. Maybe one or two of them. But I showed y'all that man the other day. He was telling that man from Africa. He tried to tell us. Well, I listened. Some of the other folk didn't want to hear the big old dark skin, 50 Shades of Brown. Yeah, he was on that darker end, so they didn't want to hear him. Yeah.
It dealt primarily with the Palestinian issue. It adopted many correct decisions
he
that
can't
were made
hear.
on paper.
Did you see that rash on the back of his ear? He can't hear you.
Toward
he can't hear nobody.
A Palestinian state. In the end, all of that was also blocked. Under Biden, the Americans refused to participate altogether.
Let me hear that.
The Europeans also withdrew.
You know, now when people be in my comments talking about
another mechanism,
talking about TDS, I'm saying BDS. You got the Biden deranged syndrome. All we ever hear to come out of y'all mouth is Biden this, Biden that. It look like that vampire done bit shit out of him. Don't they say they got vampires? It looked like the mask they put on him irritated his skin. He had to take that mask off, didn't he? One of them I saw, that rash was all the way over here. Like this loose skin down here. Like that was a part, like that was makeup was trying to cover. You better keep that makeup off of that neck. Yeah, it look like vampire marks and shit. Don't this look like a fang? It won't let me get up there. It said, don't touch not. That one up there look like a whole fang, don't it? Don't that look like a fang up there? Why it won't let me get up there? That shit look like a whole fang got to that right there. That's a vampire bite. Oh, that's a hickey. The devil was sucking on your neck. Is that what that is? That's a hickey. Okay. Let's hear about Biden. Let's go. He got a vampire. He got a devil hickey on his back of his neck.
We take the Middle Eastern region in a broader sense. is the well-known quartet in which Russia, the United
Back to pad
States,
irritation.
the European Union, and the UN participated.
He had a because I
It
know
dealt
he funky.
primarily with the Palestinian issue. It adopted many correct decisions that remained
The
on
devil was
paper,
trying to put a
above
hickey on
all,
his neck.
decisions on practical steps toward creating a Palestinian state.
It's more
In
under
the
his
end,
shirt.
all of that was also blocked. Under Biden,
No.
the Americans refused to participate altogether. The Europeans also withdrew, but the UN, in the person of Secretary General Guterres, gave tacit acknowledgement. So there is no shortage of attempts, but as they say, once the head is cut off, you don't cry over the hair. And now yesterday, the president spoke
Bro
with a
gave
number of his colleagues
himself a
from
hickey
Saudi
to
Arabia,
try to act like
the United
he
Arab
not
Emirates,
lip.
Bahrain, and Qatar. And they discussed ways to achieve the swiftest possible end to the
He's sucking on his
bloodshed.
own neck.
They also
He
spoke
one of
about
them
the fact
reptilians.
that we are categorically against hostilities as such. They must cease immediately. But of particular importance is the exclusion of any actions that create threats to the lives of civilians and that constitute attacks on civilian infrastructure, whether in Iran or, no less importantly, among Iran's Arab neighbors. And let us recall that rumors that the Americans and Israelis would, after all, launch this latest war against Iran had been circulating for a long time. Throughout the entire period preceding the current crisis, the Arab Gulf states publicly stated that they would not take any part in this venture, that they would not provide their airspace for strikes against Iran, and would not permit foreign military bases on their territory to be used for those purposes. Therefore, of course, we understand their feelings, and we will strive to use our capabilities, including in our relations with the Islamic Republic of Iran, to ensure that this problem does not flare up further, and that it is resolved. As for the other side, the side of the United States and Israel, judging by the statements of both President Trump and Defense Secretary Hegseth, and Marco Rubio as well, it was said directly, "We will fight as long as we consider it necessary." No one knows the ultimate objective. They eliminated and proudly announced Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. And about that, the president first said something, and then the defense secretary said they had not intended to eliminate him. So to understand things well enough to mediate meaningfully, one obviously needs some clear understanding of the direction in which the parties are moving. But so far, we do not see such clarity regarding
So
the
what
goals
was
of
you
our
trying to
American
do?
colleagues. But
Big
under all
buzz bite.
circumstances, we remain open to dialogue
Woo!
with them and with
That
Israel.
is
We
shit.
have never broken off that dialogue. We believe that any concerns expressed by both Israeli partners and the United States can and must be resolved by political and diplomatic means. And it seemed to us, that the parties were very close,
What
very
you mean
close to
flour
that
may
solution,
help?
to a political solution
Flea powder?
last Friday, following the latest round of Geneva negotiations.
One more question, if I may. Yesterday, Israel announced the mobilization of 100,000 reservists and declared preparations for a ground operation in Lebanon. And this morning, the Israeli army already reported that they have taken up positions in southern Lebanon. How does Russia view these statements? And what are the
Leave
risks
Russia
of possible
alone.
escalation
Leave
on the
Russia and
Lebanese
China
front
alone.
in general?
You have, in essence, answered your own question. Of course, this is escalation. Of course, this is a departure from the agreements that existed regarding Lebanon, both concerning the status of southern Lebanon and concerning Hezbollah, and what positions the parties should hold on both sides of the Litani River. There are many agreements there. Of course, they are now being violated. Israel says that Hezbollah has started defending Iran. Therefore, we are carrying out a large number of strikes against Lebanon. This is a vicious circle.
They're not playing, y'all.
And it can never be broken unless everyone gets together and examines this entire complex of issues. A Middle East conference, which we have also been proposing for many years, would now be more timely than ever. In the absence of such a forum, where everyone is represented and each party has the opportunity to defend its own point of view, to prove, to explain, to seek a balance of interests. What happens is that individual powers decide all the problems in the region, as is happening with the Gaza Strip, as is happening with the West Bank of the Jordan River, as is happening with Lebanon, as is now happening with the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Sergei Viktorovich, we were covering the Geneva negotiations, meaning the trilateral negotiations among the USA, Russia, and Ukraine. I understand they prefer quiet, but still, in your sense of things, in your information, is there progress? Is there an attempt by the Americans to push through the territorial question? And in connection with this Middle Eastern situation, how will it affect the course of the negotiations and the choice of venue?
As for the position of the United States, we have commented on it many times. We positively noted
people on
the
cruises
fundamental
in the Middle
difference of
East
this
are
position
stuck.
from the stubborn, Russophobic, pro-Ukrainian, pro-Nazi stubbornness of the Europeans. Because President Trump, unlike the Biden administration, immediately in his first assessments of the situation in Ukraine, named the dragging of the Kyiv regime into NATO as one of the causes. He called for forgetting once and for all about Ukraine's membership in the North Atlantic Alliance. And secondly, he called for acknowledging the realities on the ground. The realities, and I want to say this again, are not about the territorial question. The realities on the ground reflect the opinion of the people living on the corresponding territories. People whom the illegitimately installed Kyiv regime regarded as terrorists, called them creatures, non-humans, whose language, culture, religion, and traditions the Kyiv regime legislatively banned. And the people living on those lands expressed themselves in referendums about how they wish to build their future as part of the Russian Federation. And it is in this sense that the territorial question exists. One must start from the people. And President Trump and his team acknowledged that these are the realities that have formed on the ground, and that these realities also need to be recognized as part of a settlement. I will not go into details, but I can acknowledge and confirm that the positions I have outlined, those of the Trump administration, remain in place. They were, in essence, enshrined in the Anchorage understandings. Now people talk about the spirit of Anchorage, which supposedly either evaporates or dissipates. One should not talk about spirits. The atmosphere always helps, but in Anchorage, concrete understandings were reached. This is not something ephemeral. These are completely concrete things. And as I have already said more than once, it is from precisely these understandings that the Trump administration is being pushed off course
No
by
one
their
can fly.
European
Oh,
allies,
Lord, I ain't paying
and of
attention.
course
All
by the
flights
Nazi
are
regime
canceled. You
of
cannot get a
Zelensky.
flight. Where? People are stuck at the
But as
airport.
far as we
Here.
can judge,
Oh, so no
the
flights,
Trump
even in the
administration
U.S.
is not departing from these understandings, from the issue of non-accession to NATO, and from the necessity of recognizing the realities formed on the ground
Oh,
as a result
wow.
of the people's expression of will.
Oh, I done missed all
Another
of
matter
this.
is that the Europeans are insisting, and they
All
say so
because of the
publicly,
Epstein
that the
files.
core of any settlement is security guarantees for Ukraine. By this, they mean security guarantees for the regime currently ruling in
But the
Kyiv,
people in the
and for the
U.S. can
regime
fly
that they
within
want,
the U.S. We
by all
can't.
means, to preserve
They
on
just
whatever
can't come
territories
home.
remain of the former Ukrainian state. At the same time, it is
Are you
declared
saying no
that
flights are going
guaranteeing
out?
the
No
security of this
airline.
regime is necessary above all because it upholds European values and stands against the aggressor, Russia. In other words, they want to guarantee security to a Nazi Russophobic regime. Racists who seized power through corruption, through the encouragement of their European brothers and sisters, and who are carrying out the scheme devised against us by those very Europeans. And this is one of the root problems, because the security guarantees that the Ukrainians proposed in April 2022 and which we agreed
have
to
been
were
canceled.
collective guarantees, and not just security guarantees for one party to the process, but guarantees of security for all. And those guarantees were based on the principle of the indivisibility of security. Under the Ukrainian proposal, which we supported, responsibility for this fell on the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, plus Turkey, plus Germany. Decisions among this group of guarantors of the overall situation security would be made by consensus. And according to this agreement, proposed by the Ukrainians themselves, there should be no foreign military bases in Ukraine, no foreign troops, no exercises involving foreign troops. Compare that with what is now being said. The moment hostilities end, by the Western version, troops will immediately be deployed there as part of providing Ukraine with security guarantees. This topic has not been worked out at all, and it needs to be discussed, and discussed publicly, because it is absolutely unacceptable to us, as you understand, to preserve a long since Nazified and militarized Ukraine. This directly contradicts the goals of the special military operation, and to agree to a cessation of
Yeah, I saw that.
hostilities
No
under
help.
conditions that include
Oh,
the
Huckabee,
preservation of an
who was
enemy
saying that
armed by
Israel
Europe,
should
an
rule
enemy
the
that
Middle
Europe is
East.
directing toward a new war against Russia,
China is built.
that is probably directly contrary to our interests and common sense.
Channel Russia, Olga Knyazeva, Vesti, Sergei Viktorovich. How serious do you consider the threat to global nuclear security today in connection with the conflict in the Middle East?
The threat is intensifying, I would say, and growing. I already mentioned that the main reason declared for launching the aggressive attack on Iran was the conviction that Iran was making a nuclear bomb. Although it seems that in June, after that 12-day war, the United States declared that all components and all work on creating the bomb had been destroyed. But if this war, as I quoted Stephen Witkoff, began because Iran refused any schemes that would deprive it of its inalienable right to enrich uranium for peaceful purposes, a right possessed by all other states in the world. And if such a logic is now being advanced, then I guarantee you that forces will appear in Iran. Influential movements will emerge in favor of doing exactly what the United States wants to prevent, acquiring a nuclear bomb. Because the United States does not attack those who have nuclear bombs. Clear.
We were out of order.
There are people there who cite the example of Muammar Gaddafi. He voluntarily gave up his nuclear weapons development program. And some of our interlocutors in the countries of the global south remind us of this. Look, Gaddafi gave it up. And what did they do to him? While those who did not give it up, they are not attacked. So this action, this war that has now been unleashed against Iran, it may firstly stimulate a movement in favor of creating nuclear weapons, and not only in Iran. Such a movement will immediately appear in the Arab countries neighboring Iran as well. Therefore, in an outwardly paradoxical way, the proclaimed noble goal of starting a war in order to prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons may stimulate exactly the opposite tendencies. And things are unfolding in an interesting way in Europe as well. Macron has just come out with yet another initiative regarding a nuclear deterrence program. He declared that France is significantly expanding its nuclear forces. He will not cite any statistics so as to maintain ambiguity, but will be building new delivery vehicles, missiles, and aircraft carriers. He is inviting those who wish to come under France's nuclear umbrella. Denmark apparently is already ready. Germany is also ready. And Britain, well, where would we be without it in such matters? So right now, the risk is growing that the problem of nuclear proliferation will begin to spiral out of control. In Europe, they are talking about this openly and loudly. There are also troubling tendencies in Northeast Asia, where the United States, together with South Korea, is incorporating nuclear components into the program of their joint military exercises. And speaking of Macron's initiative, let us not forget that in making this announcement about creating a program, or rather, a nuclear deterrence potential, in order, as he put it, to manage escalation, Macron declared that Paris intends to use nuclear weapons in defense of its vital interests. And he added, which are not limited to France's borders. That is an interesting subject for reflection. I am certain that commentary will follow from the most diverse political, academic, and governmental circles. We will continue to uphold the principles of nuclear non-proliferation. We will continue to speak out categorically against actions that could undermine these principles and provoke a nuclear arms race. In this connection, I will once again recall the President's initiative, which he put forward several years ago. It was then impeded by the COVID epidemic. The initiative to convene a summit of the permanent members of the Security Council. The situation is becoming too serious for this initiative to be postponed indefinitely.
Okay, one more before we go. Let me see where it's at up here. Hold on. I wanted to. I want to end on this note. Hold on. Let's end on this note, y'all. On this live, I gotta come back with Candace. I'm gonna try not to. I'm gonna try not to fall asleep. Let me double check something. What time I got it set for? Can y'all hit the like button for me? I've been trying to catch up. I'm 4 hours in. I should have 400 likes. What are we doing? I'm trying to double check to see what time I have it set for. I got the wrong one in place.
Even worldwide fame couldn't shield the so-called king of pop from.
I got the wrong one coming up. I'm gonna have to switch it out and make sure I make it Candace. I'm trying to see what I. Oh yeah, I had it for 8. So let's unlist it. So I'm gonna put 9:30 so I won't get tired. Let me. It's 7:30 now. I wonder, can I change that one? So I'm gonna change this picture. Put Candace's name. Make it public. I'm setting it for 9 because I gotta still finish up this one. I got one more I gotta end, and it's not long. Ooh, that's been sitting here since March the 3rd. I'm gonna change the picture out, but for right now, I'm just setting it for 9 p.m. It says the award, but I'm gonna change the picture once I get off here, and then I'll fill in the title. $90 and you eat and drink. So yeah, I ate. I got some food before you came in. Right at the beginning, I ate and drinking my water. Yeah. Okay, let's finish this one up. Yeah, I ate, and my knee is doing better. I try not to eat nothing that had a lot of fried. Oh well, a lot of stuff that's gonna make me get that inflammation back up in there. Okay, let's end on this note, y'all. God's promise of politics.
A free Christian territorial mindset to the church today.
Well, exactly. And it is pre-Christian. It's not what.
Why are we bringing back a free Christian territorial mindset to the church today?
Well, exactly. And it is pre-Christian. It's not Western at all. It's Eastern. And collective punishment is the sign that we're not dealing with a Western mindset at all, because we reject collective punishment. I may be mad at you. I can't kill your kids. Not allowed.
Yes. And there are some sincere dispensationalists. Let me say this. I have some dispensational friends, and Christians should debate this vigorously. But it should stay in the seminary. It should be staying within the walls of the church.
Well, that's the problem. So I haven't even gotten involved in it because I'm just too ignorant. Okay, when you said replacement theology, I don't know what that is, and I'm not going to learn.
Okay, let me back up, y'all. Let's get ready. Y'all ready for this?
Why are we bringing back a pre-Christian territorial mindset to the church today?
Well, exactly. And it is pre-Christian. It's not Western at all. It's Eastern. And collective punishment is the sign that we're not dealing with a Western mindset at all, because we reject collective punishment. I may be mad at you. I can't kill your kids. Not allowed.
Yes. And there are some sincere dispensationalists. Let me say this. I have some dispensational friends, and Christians should debate this vigorously, but it should stay in the seminary. It should be staying within the walls of the church.
Well, that's the problem. So I haven't even gotten involved in it because I'm just too ignorant. Okay, when you said replacement theology, I don't know what that is, and I'm not going to learn. All I know is that Christianity, my read of it, is just focus on Jesus and you will be transformed. And so I'm just kind of stick with that. But as a political matter, and that's what I do cover and have my whole life, I don't understand what Ambassador Huckabee, for example, is saying when he says, bless Israel. Okay, what is Israel? So my read of Genesis is it goes from like a tributary of the Euphrates in Iraq all the way, to the Nile. So that's like 6 countries. I mean, what is that? What are the boundaries?
And that's still too small for God.
Of course, it's a theological matter, but I think if we're speaking in political terms, this is a government run by, secular people, by and large.
Yes.
And they're saying God gave us this land. Okay, what land? What are the boundaries? So we should at least define the terms. Second, who's we? What does it mean? Who are the people who inherited this? So the Prime Minister of Israel is not religious. He doesn't keep the Sabbath or keep kosher. I'm not attacking him. I'm just saying, then what are you talking about? Are you saying you have a genetic inheritance? What? Okay, let's see.
Can someone who converts to Judaism claims divine right from Brooklyn, New York?
I don't even want to have these conversations. They're the ones pushing them. I think I'm happy to let people practice their own religions. I don't want to get involved.
Yeah.
I don't want to know everything about Mormonism or Islam or whatever. It's fine. But as long as you're saying you have a right to my money and your parents' land on the basis of this promise in Genesis, I have a right to ask you what the heck you're talking about.
Did you know that Israel goes out of its way to prevent Messianic believers from making Aliyah?
No.
Jewish believers in Jesus.
What
if
now?
they find out that you verse from making Aliyah?
No. What the heck you're talking about?
Did you know that Israel goes out of its way to prevent Messianic believers from making Aliyah?
No.
Jewish believers in Jesus. If they find out that you believed in Jesus, they don't give you the right to immigrate to Israel.
What?
But you want the land that Jesus promised.
Whose promise? Yeah, I have a lot of Jewish friends who are Jewish.
So you feel like you entitled to the land that God, from God's promise, but you don't believe in God. That's why you're not entitled. That's exactly why you're not entitled.
If they find out that you believed in Jesus, they don't give you the right to immigrate to Israel.
What?
So whose land?
Is that true?
Whose promise? Yeah, I have a lot of Jewish friends who are believers in Jesus, and they share with me.
And
that's exactly why they're not
back
chosen.
To Israel and get all the rights of.
Not as.
So they're really okay. So now we're talking like present day concrete political realities. There are 2 claims that they could potentially be making. One is faith-based. So I believe in this religion called Judaism, and we could debate what that religion is. Is it Talmudic or
you
rabbinic,
believe
whatever? That's all
in
separate
Jesus
conversation
Christ
that I
and
don't want to have,
accepting
but,
Him as your Savior, you're entitled.
Faith-based, I believe in this. Or it's blood-based. It's genetic.
They have also historical claims.
Do you have more DNA? I don't know if you even know the answer, but if we were to say, okay, who lived in first century Palestine, current day Israel, are you more closely related to those people, or is Benjamin Netanyahu more closely related to those people?
They should do a DNA test and see. And I did my DNA test. Palestinian Christians are Levantine of origin.
So it's likely that you have more Jewish ancestors than Benjamin Netanyahu.
You can't do that in Israel.
Problem.
Okay. So then it can't be genetic because, right?
Yeah. Well, again, as Christians, we have to put the gospel lens.
Oh, I agree.
We
I
can't
agree.
ignore what Jesus did, and this is the significance. You know, when
Absolutely.
Jesus went into Nazareth, his hometown, synagogue, on a Saturday, he was baptized, went in the wilderness, got tried with the devil, overcame with scripture, and then he went to his hometown. The scroll from Isaiah was handed to them, and he said, this is the Nazareth Manifesto. This is the first sermon he's ever preached, Jesus, okay? Launched his ministry in Nazareth, and it's so beautiful. He said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has sent me to set the captive free, to bring sight to the blind, is to proclaim the good news to the poor. Everybody in the synagogue were so happy. And remember the context, it was a lot of tension between the Jews and the Romans. So the Jews were waiting for the Messiah, but they were waiting for a military liberator. They were waiting for a politician to come and lead them against the Romans. But then Jesus gave two sermon illustrations.
But if I eat something that brings about a bunch of inflammation, baby, it flares right up.
Modern day of Lebanon. He said, not
and I'm
because
not
there were
able to
so many
bend it.
widows in Israel, that Elijah was sent to the Sidonian widow. Okay, a foreigner. Keep in mind.
When there were lots of needy widows in Israel at the time.
But he went to a foreigner. And not because there weren't so many people with leprosy, which is a skin disease, that God's grace.
Well, is that what Trump got on the back of his neck?
Reached a Syrian army commander.
Do he have leprosy?
The blind is to proclaim the good news to the poor. And then he went to his hometown. The scroll from Isaiah was handed to them, and he said, this is the Nazareth Manifesto. This is the first sermon he's ever preached, Jesus, okay? Launched his ministry in Nazareth, and it's so beautiful. He said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has sent me to set the captive free, to bring sight to the blind, is to proclaim the good news to the poor. Everybody in the synagogue were so happy. And remember, the context was a lot of tension between the Jews and the Romans. So the Jews were waiting for the Messiah, but they were waiting for a military liberator. They were waiting for a politician to come and lead them against the Romans. But then Jesus gave two sermon illustrations. One about a widow from Sidon, which is current modern day of Lebanon. He said, not because there weren't so many widows in Israel, that Elijah was sent to the Sidonian widow. Okay, a foreigner, keep in mind.
When there were lots of needy widows in Israel at the time.
But he went to a foreigner. And not because there weren't so many people with leprosy, which is a skin disease, that God's grace, through Elisha, Elijah's servant, reached a Syrian army commander whose name is Naaman. So Jesus is saying the foreigner gets to enjoy God's blessings and God's favor. And the enemy from Aram gets to enjoy God's blessings and God's favor. When they heard this, they were furious. They took him to the edge of the town that it was built on, and they wanted to throw him over.
To murder him, yeah.
So Jesus' message, if we keep it central and focused, it disrupts all this exclusive mindset. Why can't we share the land? Why can't we live in peace? We are extending an olive branch and saying, let's find, obviously there is 7 million Jews and 7 million Palestinians living currently between the river and the sea. Obviously, they're not gonna kick the Palestinians out, although they've been trying very, very hard to do that. And had Egypt opened the borders in Gaza, I think the whole population would have been pushed out. And they are trying to do it very, very closely to the Christians in Beit Sahur right now by bringing many different settlements and making life extremely miserable, restricted movement, all of that. So obviously, the people are still
very, very sick.
They're not going to kick us out. The other option is that the Palestinians are going to kick the Israelis out. And for me as a Christian Palestinian, I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see another tragedy inflicted upon the Jewish people. So the bottom line, and this is the posture, and this is the attitude, and this is the position that every single follower of Jesus must adopt and follow. Let's find a way to share the land. Let's find a way to make peace instead of getting caught in end time scenarios, something speculative sometime in the future.
What is that?
Or, you know, preferring another group of people over another. It's superiority. It's becoming an ethnostate. Are we going to keep it as an ethnostate, or can we find a diplomatic solution? The danger is when Christian politicians start to mix the politics with theology, and they come up with this formula that is indigestible, hard to solve, sows confusion, and it keeps people on the sideline instead of actively engaging and becoming peacemakers.
Well, boy, you like every, you know, the Levantine peoples are so diplomatic. It's like unbelievable. Yeah, it's way worse than that.
Okay, y'all. I see y'all at 9. I see y'all at 9. Israel is the apple of God. No, baby. Mimi. You got it confused. No. Israel is Rothschild created. That is not the Israel that's in the Bible. Come on, Mimi. Baby girl, where you been? Israel is the Rothschild created. Come on, what are we doing? No, boo. This man right here. No. Israel in the Bible is Jacob. That land over there is what he's bombing. They're stealing. They're gypsies. You've been missing it all this time. Yeah, but that's not the same Israel. I mean, I've shown y'all more than one time, tons and tons before this war, that this is the Rothschilds created it. That's why they added the Christian Zionists. They're devil worshippers. Yeah, God. They are stealing the land. That was Palestine. That's why they are stripping Gaza of their native land. They're talking about the natives. They're not natives. But we are Israelites. He's coming back for his people. Israelites. I mean, he's coming back for the believers in Christ. But we the people. Y'all, come on now. Did not Christ name Jacob Israel? Oh, man. We still so lost. We still believe in the lies that they created. They changed, they rewrote the Bible. They made changes with these new and improved Bibles. I've been preaching this long before this war happened. And I see now that we are still falling victim to the deception. Bibi Netanyahu saying they're going through the churches, mega churches. If you go back and somebody had the churches that we trusted and believed in that was preaching the right sermon was misleading. Go back and read your Bible, man. This is not the same Israel that we've been led to believe. Yeah, and the Bible is not talking about these people. These Jews that's still in this land. They're not real Jews. So what are we talking about? They're taking over the land. So why would this be about Israel when this is fake and they're non-believers? They're not entitled to the land. They don't believe in Jesus Christ. That's what the Bible says.